UCT, SRC leaders, including Lasbon from UCT, labor unions from UCT. I don't like labor unions sitting there at the back. I want you to sit. We'll find space. Maybe, yeah, we'll find space for you. But I don't like you sitting at the back as if you are stepchildren. No, you're not stepchildren. Nehao fights with me a lot of times. But I don't want you to sit at the back there. There's one branch of Nehao minister that wrote to the speaker about me last week Friday. And the speaker wrote to me yesterday and said, please respond to me on Thursday. I said, no, Thursday is too far. I responded yesterday because at least I knew the facts around the issues. But I don't want you to sit there as if now I'm fighting everybody. No. Now I must find, well, labor unions must find space here. At least there's 2 seats here, those who are going to present. Actually, I don't want you to sit this side because members will ask you questions and I want members to interact with you. Yeah, we'll create space. We'll create space for you. So labor unions welcome SRC, Institutional Forum, University Management led by the VC, University Council led by the chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, Director General and all your people from the department. Welcome. Today we are interacting with the University of Cape Town. They are briefing us on their governance, administration, teaching and learning, and related matters. Are you also from labor unions? Oh, okay. And related matters. So we're hoping today we do have social cluster meeting in Parliament. It starts at 3. We are having questions to the ministers of the social cluster, and members of this committee has a number of questions to the minister, so we would ordinarily be out of here too, which is a good thing, so that it means I'm going to manage them for you. They are not going to ask you too many difficult questions. They'll ask you difficult questions, but because of time, there will not be too many. But that also means that because they don't have enough time, you don't have to take too long to respond to a question. Respond to the question when they ask you a question, and if there's an issue that you want to clarify, let me know, then I can create time outside of the members' time so that we're on the same page. You don't create an unnecessary fight between a member and yourselves because they have a short time. The minister also needs to leave around 11:30. Minister, and thank you very much for wearing Bafana. I was saying before you arrived, Minister, I called you this morning and I said, Minister, I asked my colleagues to wear Bafana. They told me about the weather. They told me that about many things, that no, Chair, we don't have, Anela says, Chair, this green t-shirt is not available. Honorable Khachau says, Chair, but are you aware it's cold? Dr. Arensa says, yes, no. Chair, buy for us, we'll repay you. And I asked Dr. Arensa if she's aware that there's a group of people a group of very desperate people in South Africa were saying that I'm extorting people who come before the committee. Maybe the Vice Chancellor and the VC, no, they must know because some of these things, they really enter our mental health. When you are accused of things you are not doing. So I said to Dr. Arens, don't say these things because you are probably unaware, adding to the voices of these people, these crazy people in South Africa. So, but I called the minister this morning, Minister, let's have a fun. Minister says, of course, let's do so. And we are very happy with that, Minister. We also have the consul responsible for education from Russia. I met them yesterday with the consul general from Russia on education matters, very progressive views that we shared together. So I invited them to be with us today so that they observe how we do things in South Africa. They've got parliamentary elections in September in Russia this year. And I told him we've got local government elections in November where we are going to do very well. Because Dr. Christians is dead here with laughter now. You don't believe that we are going to do well, Dr. Christians, it's okay. We'll come back. Those ones who are supporting the traditional way of doing things, who don't like the constitutional democracy, are not here today. I was going to make fun about them. But I think they are working part-time in parliament these days. Because, you know, that organization, shame, it's not doing so well. That one from KZN. They've had 92 chief whips since 2024. Every week their chief whip is accused of something, if not removed. So I wanted to say it in their presence. They are not here, but because I prepared these notes, I'm not jumping this point. It's their caucus is 58 members, but they've had 200 members since 2024, and about 90 chief whips. And we tell them that Honorable Khakha, the prerequisite of being a member there, you must either be accused of something, of having been found guilty of something. So that's the prerequisite of them there. So the chief whip, the last chief whip, was not accused of anything until 2 weeks back. So that, you know, because she almost lost the membership if she did not commit what she did. So we're going to get the briefing from council and management. And then from there we'll bring in the student leadership to give us governance, leadership, teaching and learning, related matters from a student perspective. Then the same with the labor and institutional forum. The reason why we bring different perspective, Deputy Minister, is when you go to a university, university will tell you, management will tell you, this is where we are. And then if you step outside and you interact with students, they say, oh, they lied to you there. So we want to bring in everybody so that we get all perspectives, not because we want to catch people out. I always say, VC, that all of us here were on the same page. What is this page? Is that we want to see the PSET system being stable as number one, but we want to see our universities progressing properly. Yesterday I did a motion in Parliament, Minister. Maybe UCT saw it, might not be happy with me, but about vets being number one on that WRU. And I said, at vets, they always say you've got the edge. And it might be that they have the edge because they're in the top 1% of the world. And they are number one with those rankings in Africa. And as fair people that we are, we ought to have celebrated, just like we've celebrated UCT in Parliament when you are number one on different rankings, including this year. We did do those motions in Parliament. So let's not fight because they've ended their strides there. So yesterday I did so. DG, Pirates was number one the whole year. Okay, what's wrong?
We're not in the business of league tables in education.
Okay.
We don't recognize those
I know.
rankings by such agencies.
I know you don't like league tables because Chiefs was there at the bottom the whole season. So, so we're here to interact with yourselves. We're hoping that it's going to be a good interaction. Where there are gaps, let's find each other in addressing them. We're not here to catch you out or anything, but where there are challenges, we'd want to address them. Because we are stakeholders in the same system and all of us want the same thing. A few weeks back, Vice Chancellor, you are here representing yourself. And we indeed interacted with yourself and indicated that we don't think there's any university in South Africa, and want to make the statement boldly, Dr. Christians. We don't think there's any university in South Africa that's going to survive beyond 5 years if NSFAS fails tomorrow. So it's our collective responsibility that we work together with NSFAS in making sure that their governance-related issues are addressed. If there's an issue, because we do get a number of emails that says UCT has not allowed me to register my NSFAS student. NSFAS says UCT has not given me the registration date, and I can't confirm this list or that list. With all those problems, we don't think there's any university. Some of you, because you might have reserves, you might last at least 5 years. But beyond there, I don't think there's anybody who would there are universities who, if NSFAS collapses in July now, in September they will not be able to pay salaries and they will collapse. They will not have people to administer examinations at the end of this year. And therefore, we ought to work together in finding proper solutions for ourselves as a sector. We also did a statement yesterday, Minister. Services SETA confirmed with USAF 520 million of bursaries. We did that statement yesterday, indicating that this is what we want the system to work towards resolving. 520 million put together by Services SETA to USAF to resolve issues of students who are not funded this year. Very progressive move, which we welcomed. We also did that statement in Parliament, and we asked USAF to resolve whoever gets that thing as a matter of urgency so that these kids can also get their stipends. They are writing exams as we speak. We don't want any of them. not being able to pass or progress because they've got those issues. So we're going to introduce ourselves. We do have the apology of the Deputy Minister Gondwe. We have the apologies of one is arriving now, of Honorable Lonzi had sent in an apology that he will arrive late. We have an apology of Governor who's not well. We've got an apology of Lonzi Msezana who are arriving late. And Gubani is arriving late. No, Gubani is not here. He's doing political work. Gubani is that one of that party I told you about earlier on. He will not be here. I told you they work part-time here. Honorable Zondo, Honorable Souls, they've not sent in apologies. Honorable Khabo is writing exams. Today, actually, it's the 10th, no? He's writing an exam today in Johannesburg. I don't want to say which institution because they might fail him. I told them, "Hey, don't fail my members when they write the exam." So, yeah, you see, members are angry. They say if they know you, they even reject you. But VC, where is the register? No register. You see, my members are saying, you reject us when we apply there because you know it's us. No. Let's not have that relationship. Now we must go to Home Affairs to change names. No, let's not do that. Those are the apologies. So we're going to introduce ourselves quickly. When we introduce ourselves, let's say full names, designation, and institution that we represent. Like I will say, my name is Tebo Kholitsie, Member of Parliament, the chairperson of, or member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training, and the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. So I'll give Anele first. Chair, I'll start with you. We'll move this way, come this way, and then we'll end up here. I'll start with you, Anele.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anele Kamingis. I'm the Company Secretary.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, Minister, DG, Higher Education officials, my colleagues from University of Cape Town, the VC, and also our union colleagues in the SRC. My name is Norman Arendse. I'm the chairperson of the Council of the University of Cape Town. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Mosamo Shabela. I am the Vice Chancellor, University of Cape Town.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. My name is Brandon Collier-Reid, and I am the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning at the University of Cape Town.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kathy Idenson. I'm the Interim Registrar at the University of Cape Town.
Morning, Chair and members. My name is Thokozani Majozi. I'm the DVC for Research and Internationalization at UCT.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Tabile Loko. I am the Director for Academic Administration in the Office of the Registrar at UCT.
Register, so whilst you are still interim, accept members so that so that by the time you are confirmed or not confirmed, we are fine. So yeah, let's have this conversation offline. Yeah.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Takan Magwatana. I am the Secretary General of the SRC of the University of Cape Town.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Kitso Mojapelo. I am the President of the SRC of the University of Cape Town.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, Deputy Minister. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Lesedi Mamabolo, and I'm assisting in the Office of the Deputy Minister in the Office of the PLO. Thank you.
In the office of who?
Deputy Minister Dube Ngcobe.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, Deputy Minister and honorable members and colleagues. My name is Sipoga Zicele from the Office of the Deputy Minister, Dr. Dube Ngcobe, and I'm assisting admin. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson, and thank you for this very nice T-shirt. My name is Buti Manamela, Minister Higher Education.
Good morning, Chairperson and Minister and honourable members. I'm Nomusa Dube, Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training.
I did not receive any shirt. Good morning.
You have to buy it yourself.
I'm the DG in Kosinati Session. Thank you.
I don't know why it's assumed that some of us would also not want to wear Bafana shirt. My name is Chair and Minister and Deputy Minister, DG, colleagues from UCT, honourable members of Parliament. I'm Thandi Liu and I'm the DDG for University Education.
Good morning, Chair, members of Parliament, Minister, Deputy Minister, UCT Executive, SRC, the comrades and colleagues. My name is Atabile Nongoba. I'm the IF co-chair. That's correct, co-chair of IF. I'm still in a union. I see you are confused. But I'm here in my capacity as a co-chair of IF.
Okay, I just hope that you don't have two presentations.
No, not this time.
Morning, Chair, members of Parliament, colleagues. My name is Malcolm Campbell, and I'm a member of the UCT Council. Thank you.
Morning, Chair and members. My name is Percival Mabuza. I'm the Treasurer General of the UCT.
Good morning, Chair, and everyone in the room. My name is Usihle Mkunyela. I'm a member of the SRC, which is I'm the Minister of Undergraduate Academics. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Vincent Motolo, and I'm the CFO at the University of Cape Town.
Normally, CFO speaks light like that. I've learned. People who deal with money don't like to make noise.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Juliet Mohango, and I'm the Executive Director of Human Resources at the University of Cape Town.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. My name is Warren Cookard. I'm the Acting Executive Director for Properties and Services at the University of Cape Town.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister and Deputy Minister and honourable members. Along with my colleagues, I am Professor Erwani Ramugondo, Deputy Vice Chancellor for People, Culture and Society, previously Transformation, Student Affairs and Social Responsiveness.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, my fellow colleagues from the University of Cape Town. My name is Mabuletso Letswalo, the SRC Vice President at UCT and also a co-chair of the Institutional Forum.
You forgot to say you're also the last born.
A master's last born for that matter. Good morning, Chair. Good morning to members, my colleagues. My name is Tsebo Ditabe. I'm the union representative from UCT Employees Union, flanked with my other colleagues here. Thank you.
From there in that code, if you can just grab a mic from the executive director there.
Morning, colleagues, honourable ministers. Along with my colleagues at the University of Cape Town, I am the current president of the Academic Union.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. Jacques Rousseau, the third and final co-chair of the Institutional Forum.
Okay, you've got too many co-chairs. The president. The president of the academic union, if you can tell us your name, you forgot to say your name.
Professor Andrew Lilly.
Good morning. I'm Elijah Moholola from the UCT Communications and Marketing Department.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Michael Harris, and I am a union representative of the Employees Union at UCT.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Usivile Giyose. I'm the Sports and Recreation Coordinator of the Student Representative Council at the University of Cape Town.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Witumelo Mphahlele, and I am a member of the SRC at University of Cape Town.
Okay, Consul, Tanya, if you can give the mic there.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, colleagues from UCT. I'm Sergei Makrazub from Consul General of Russia in Cape Town.
Tando yourself there.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I am Tando Kolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Lebo Musi. I'm the secretary in ANC Caucus. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, members, Minister, Deputy Minister. My name is Tanya Kleinans, and I'm Executive Secretary for Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, DDG, and DG, colleagues. My name is Tulivari Mkondeleri. I'm the Senior Manager responsible for university support at NSFAS. Thank you.
Morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Ministers, DG, and colleagues. I'm Fundiswa Sotenjo. I'm the Acting Chief Director, University Education Branch, Department of Higher Education.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister and the Deputy Ministers and the DG and everyone. My name is Anela Matunduta, and I'm from the Office of the Minister, assisting with the admin. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members. Morning, Minister, TM, colleagues. My name is David Mohlamme, the PLO in the Office of the DG. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and the leadership of UCT. My name is Xolani Poswa, Branch Secretary of NEAU.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ente Isaacs. I'm a union rep for the TAU UCT.
Good morning. Hold on. For which union?
The TAU.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, and my colleagues at UCT. My name is Solangele, Titau Representative Chairperson at UCT.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the committee members and the Minister. My name is Paul Geiger. I'm the NEAU branch organizer at UCT. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, Lungwane Tabile, Parliament and Cabinet Support, Office of the Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister and Deputy Minister and DG and colleagues. My name is Sonwabile Ngiza. Thank you very much, Chair. Oh, PLO to the Office of the Minister.
No, madume modula stulo ke di bodise minister motho a tswa gage le baronga ba ba tlile mo gare ga rona ke le dumedise mme ke a bona wa pereskipo le one chairperson mo committee ho ke bua ka wena ka leina ke nna Sedukano Tshepolo ke loko la committee.
No, thank you, Chair. When I saw Advocate Norman, I almost turned back, but I thought maybe it's ad hoc, not the committee. Greetings to the Vice Chancellor, greetings to the Minister, leadership of the university. My name is Sihlelonze, a member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo ko hlomphe ke hlomphe wena le tona mo le motlatsa hao wena Vice Chancellor le kgotla le basebeletsi bohle ba the University of Cape Town. and all honorable members. My name is Karabo Lerato Gagao. I am a member of parliament, a member of this committee, and a former SRC president of the University of Cape Town. Thank you.
We have never,
Sihle wants me to remind everyone that I was his president, that it's important to note that he lost elections against me and I was his president.
what is important is that we've got the president, Mojapelo, the right ones. I don't know which party you are from, but I think you are the right ones. We don't want to speak about former, we're talking about the current. Dr. Christians.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Dalmain Christians, a member of parliament and a member of the portfolio committee.
Good morning, Chair, everyone. I'm Jabulani Majozi, Parliament Communication Services.
Good morning, Chair, members, and everyone in the room. My name is Mampaho Mudiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair, dear Minister, everybody in the House. Agnetha Arendse, the researcher for this committee. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Now that we know who's here, maybe we can now begin with our meeting. I'd said a lot at the beginning about why we're here. I will not repeat those things. Maybe just to emphasize that, Minister, I heard you laugh a lot when I said, I honestly don't know the organization leading there, but I've got a good feeling that they are right, they're the correct ones. I don't know who's leading, being non-partisan as I am, but I believe they are the correct organization, DG. No, I'm saying I don't know who they are, so I can't know who's not correct. But because they're here, I believe they're the correct leadership from, well, they're elected by students, majority of students, that is why they're here. That is why majority, what is important is majority of students believed that they are the correct, and they represented the correct organization. I don't know which organization I want to emphasize because
for the sake of progress, no comment, Chairperson.
Yeah, I know that Honorable Lonzi complained to me last year that he was disqualified and his candidates this and that, and I said, I don't know who disqualified you, but that person was correct because that person is following rules. See, you can't have rules and not follow them. And we hope that the person who disqualified them don't remember the reasons from last year. You repeat it if you can. You know, if they don't follow rules, deal with them. So that the progressive, so that those who contest from progressive, depending on which side are you on. Progressive is not necessarily the Progressive Youth Alliance. But if you are from there, it's also okay. Welcome. So, Minister, I'm going to give you to lead the Deputy Minister, to lead the presentation from a ministerial point of view. And then you'll decide the DG or the DDG to do the same before we give to the Chair of Council and then management. Then from there, we'll go to SRC. And then we'll go to labor unions, and then we'll go to IF. I don't know who amongst the co-chairs is going to present on behalf of the institutional forum. Then members will engage. Deputy Minister or Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning once more to you. Good morning to the Minister, the honorable members, members of the UCT, and all the organized formations of the UCT. Thank you for the opportunity that is provided to us as the DHEAD family to provide an overview of the state of governance at the University of UCT. UCT, honorable members, remains one of the South Africa's leading institutions of higher education learning, and continues to remain or to maintain strong academic standing, both nationally and internationally. The institution was ranked first in the QS Sub-Saharan Africa Rankings 2026, and it continues to demonstrate the excellence in academic reputation, employer reputation, and sustainability. The department also continues to monitor governance, financial sustainability, and compliance, as well as transformation and matters across the post-school education and training sector, including that one of the UCT. Around the issues of governance, honorable members, the UCT notes that currently it appears to be functional and stable institution from governance perspective. The university appointed Professor Musa Mochabela as Vice Chancellor and Principal with effect from the 1st of August 2024. His appointment followed the institution's governance processes and has contributed to the continuity in leadership. In terms of Section 27(4)(c) of the Higher Education Act, UCT has 5 ministerial appointees serving on the council for the period 2024 to 2028. The composition reflects the demographic diversity, and it includes the representativity across race, gender categories that is expected of the ministerial appointment. The department has also received reports of significant governance instability at the UCT during the 2025 academic year to date. On the issues of compliance and the audit outcomes, UCT submitted its 2024 annual reports, annual financial statements within the prescribed timeframes and in compliance with the reporting regulation applicable to the higher education institutions. The institution received an unqualified audit opinion with findings for 2024 financial year. The audit findings related to primarily to the procurement and contract management issues, particularly instances where staff members failed to declare conflicts of interest, possibly conflicts of interest before the university procured goods and services from entities in which such members held interest. These findings constitute non-compliance with Section 34(4)(b) of the Higher Education Act, and it reflects weaknesses in terms of the internal controls and the implementation of the university's own conflict of interest policies. While UCT maintained clean governance practices in the previous years. The university generated a total surplus of 852 million. Total surplus of 1.39 billion in 2023. This decline was partly influenced by value losses on financial instruments. Key financial pressures identified include the lower than expected inflation tuition fee increases, declining governance appropriations, rising personnel costs, increased expected credit losses linked to NSFAS accommodation caps, and economic conditions, as you would expect, like in any other institution, as well as broader inflationary economic pressures. Personnel expenditure remains significant and as approximately 53% of total income, while student debt stood at 836 million in 2024, which impaired debt increasing substantially. Despite these pressures, the department notes that UCT continues to maintain substantial income streams from state subsidies, tuition fees, accommodation fees, and that stream income activities. Chairperson, Institutional Forum continues to play an important advisory oversight role over the UCT. Amongst its activities, the Forum oversaw senior executive appointments, including that of Vice Chancellor, and established working groups on conflict of interest matters and academic freedom related to external use of university property. The Forum also continues to oversee structure focused on transformation, inclusion, diversity, and employment equity. Transformation remains a strategic imperative across post-school education and training sector, and the department encourages continued efforts by the UCT in this regard. In particular, this is one area, Chairperson and honorable members, that we would really want to see UCT really rigorously paying particular attention in terms of its strategic imperative in terms of issues of transformation within the institution. On student accommodation, the department is aware of the disputes that arose in relation to the decommissioning of the Philip Hosana resident and the subsequent eviction processes involving former students. The matter has evolved into court proceedings and concerns relating to alternative accommodation, implementation of eviction orders, and compliance with the Prevention of Illegal Eviction Act. While this matter remains subject to illegal processes, the department is encouraging all institutional bodies to ensure that the student accommodation matters are handled with the sensitivity and the fairness that it deserves within the framework of the law. Honourable members, the university is going to be presenting here today, and there are matters of emphasis that, as the department, we have noted and would like in the presentation to also highlight that issues such as gender-based violence, issues such as wellness of students, issues of accommodation, issues of transformation of the institution, and issues of student accommodation are some of the issues that we would like to see the university paying particular attention. There were other issues that we have highlighted to the university, issues of those students that have not been allowed to graduate due to the student debt. Our understanding, honourable members, from our engagement, the minister that when he had the discussion with the VCs and the registrars last year, the commitment that we had received from the VCs and the registrars was that, even from the USAF, was that USAF had committed all the registrars present that they do not stop the students from graduating if they owe a debt, except that they do not give them the certificate. And at that meeting, Minister, if you remember, all universities, VCs, they actually said they are adhering to what they had agreed as members of USAF. But we have had something different from the UCT, and it's something that we'd like to pick up, and it's something that we'd like to see all the stakeholders dealing with. So, Chairperson and honourable members, in conclusion, while certain compliance and financial pressures require ongoing attention, the department regards UCT as a functional institution with generally stable governance structures. and the department will continue to engage with the institution to ensure that it strengthens its compliance, its sound governance practices, financial sustainability, and transformation within the higher education sector. Those are the comments Chairperson would like to make in regard to the presentation that is going to be made by the UCT. Thank you, Chairperson.
Department, if we can take about 10 minutes at most.
Thank you very much. I think the presentation by the Deputy Minister on behalf of our Minister covers extensively all the issues that we would have loved to raise, and we appreciate this, and we trust that in the following presentation, such matters would be lifted. If not, we would like to make observations as a department. But there is a clear collaboration and teamwork between the department and the university, and we are excited about this opportunity. But do allow me to make one observation around the issue of gender-based violence, because really I think notwithstanding the good work that would be done by our institutions, but it seems to us that you know, the work of our institutions needs to be much more you know, aligned to the, you know, and strengthen you know, the prevention measures and improve institutional responses as the higher health, our entity, would have guided. Through higher health, our department has developed a set of guidelines and protocols to support the implementation of the DHET policy framework to address gender-based violence in post-school education and training. And we would like to make this emphasis because we believe that a better alignment between institutional policies with DHET policy and guidelines by higher health can help us improve. These protocols provide guidance on prevention and management of gender-based violence cases on campuses, and they place equal emphasis on building institutional resilience and creating safer learning environments. To ensure compliance, the department monitors the adoption of application of these policy instruments through ongoing oversight, reporting and engagement mechanisms with institutions. In addition, and as I conclude, higher health in collaboration with the department and PSET institutions has implemented a comprehensive gender-based violence capacitation program that is targeting key stakeholders at institutions. These capacity building interventions serve both as support and monitoring mechanisms, enabling the department to assess institutional readiness, strengthen implementation capacity, identify areas requiring improvement, and promoting accountability in creation of safer campuses and safer spaces across PSET institutions. Thank you, dear DM, for the remarks, and I think as a department we are well covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Arnold.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, and DG and DDG. My presentation is going to be, you'll be pleased to know, short and quite formal. Of course, a number of the issues raised by the Deputy Minister in her address will be addressed by my Vice-Chancellor and the management team, and I suppose where there are questions relating to governance, we welcome them and we'll deal with them if there's any questions. Honourable Chair, honourable members, Council meets frequently. We hold 4 statutory meetings a year, but almost all of these meetings have to be adjourned or reconvened because of the length of the agenda. There was a time when Sipa Pitiano was chair, we used to sit till 7, 8 o'clock on a Saturday, and most, if not all of the members are not keen on that, so we tend to reconvene mostly online during the week to finish our meetings. We also hold special meetings where we deal with urgent matters or matters that require or needs to be dealt with in person and confidentially, and that's obviously a bit of a problem given that a number of our external council members come from, as it were, out of town, so we have to accommodate that. In 2025, we held 9 ordinary and reconvened ordinary meetings and 4 special meetings. To date, in 2026, we've had 1 ordinary meeting which has been reconvened on 2 other days, and there have been 6 special meetings. The next ordinary meeting is scheduled for this Saturday, the 13th of June. Attendance at meetings is good. Our average attendance over all meetings in 2025 was 90%, and this year the average attendance has been around 85%. In relation to compliance with formal reporting and other legal duties and responsibilities, we timeously and properly fulfill all our reporting obligations, including obligations to submit an annual report, the annual performance plan, mid-year performance review, and the annual self-assessment scorecard to the department. The present council, which came into office in mid-2024, achieved all the annual performance plan objectives for 2024 and 2025. Its self-assessment scorecard for 2024 was positive. The scorecard for 2025 will be considered at our coming meeting on Saturday. There are a number of subcommittees which supports the work of council and which obviously plays critical roles in terms of focusing on key issues. Council is also supported by its own executive council, which meets also at least 4 times a year. Attendance at EXCO meetings is also good. On average, members have attendance is at 90%. Council has 9 well-functioning subcommittees that report regularly to Council and assist in governance and oversight matters of audit and risk, finance, remuneration, student affairs, human resources, information, communications and technology, building and development, social and ethics and transformation, and governance. Thank you, Honourable Chair. I know there's an issue on union representation with our comrades from the union in the meeting, and perhaps we can address that when that issue arises. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. Let me greet you and the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Let me also pay my respects to our Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister and the leadership of the department, the DG and the DDG. Let me greet all members present, but also members of the University of Cape Town who have also joined us from the unions, from the IF, from the student leadership and management. Honorable Chairperson, the opportunity to present here is important for us. It also comes at a point where we think that we can share with the Portfolio Committee the progress that has been made. The remarks from the Deputy Minister highlight that the university has been working hard to stabilize leadership from the previous challenges that we have had, and we'll speak briefly to that. And I'm also grateful for the assessment that is, the positive assessment that has been made by the Deputy Minister and the DG. Indeed, we are a functional and stable institution, and we continue to endeavor and pursue academic excellence as a core DNA of the university. I know that, Chair, you mentioned the issue of the motion around vets and the ranking, and I want to thank you for doing that. I think our sister university deserves an opportunity to shine. We have also congratulated them, but I think that we must just remember that UCT is the leading institution, and I say so very humbly.
No, that's correct, VC, that's correct.
They may talk about the edge. You don't leave UCT before you conquer the mountain. So I must say, Chairperson, that
I will have to give Prof. Villagas a right of reply, but
we are friends, so we are fine. So, Chairperson, I want to just highlight that at executive management level, one of the most important things that we do is to drive strategy. Council approves strategy, and we drive that strategy. And our strategy has to be within the legislative, the statutory, the regulatory, and the policy prescripts that govern us. And as a university, you will know that we've got 3 important missions around teaching and learning, research, and the societal mission. Some people refer to that as community engagement. Those are the 3 missions that all universities drive. But I am pleased to inform you that as the University of Cape Town, we have taken a decision in our Strategy 2030 to add a 4th mission, which is the innovation mission. And I want to make a distinction between the research mission and the innovation mission, in the sense that in research we drive knowledge production, and we are very good at this. But I think at the moment, given where we are in the 21st century, given the kind of environment that we are in, where there is so much inequality and the need to boost the economy and create opportunities for the youth, we have decided to adopt innovation and entrepreneurship as a university, so that we can participate a lot in getting our graduates not only to become job seekers, but also job creators. And you will see I'm going to highlight this point in my next few slides, Chairperson. So as part of our strategy, taking into account where UCT was in 2024 and 2025, for the 2026-2030 strategy, we have agreed to maintain academic excellence, but already, as the DM has mentioned, to also drive financial and institutional sustainability. We've also decided to focus a lot on strengthening governance, management, and leadership as part of our priority. We have, in addition, given some of the tensions that we have seen in the university and some divisions, to focus on the people, culture, and society, including institutional culture. As you know, when something goes wrong at UCT, it hits the news. Very rarely when it's good news, it doesn't really trend as much. But we have made a decision that we want to focus on our brand and reputation as an institution and ambassadorship. So that is a priority for us. And also we are driving partnerships in Africa and the world as part of our strategy. Next slide. I want to just give the portfolio committee a sense of how the management and leadership has grown. So you've heard that I took over as Vice Chancellor in 2024, 1st of August. I should also mention that on the 1st of January 2025, Professor Brandon Collier-Reid took over as the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning. And from the 1st of January this year, Professor Thokozani Majosi took over as Vice Chancellor for Research and Internationalization. The person who has been consistent as Deputy Vice Chancellor throughout this period since 2022 is Professor Elelwane Ramugondo, and she's still here in the room. We have seen a lot of changes at that top layer of the university. As you'll see, many of us are new. Our registrar is also interim after the substantive registrar left last year, and also our CEO left. In that position of COO, we are going to introduce a 4th Deputy Vice Chancellor for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, to be able to drive our strategy. And this was approved by Council in the month of April. Let me also just say, just stay on that slide, to acknowledge the deans that we have and the executive directors. They support us a lot in what we do. They are supported by deputy deans and HODs and directors as well in their leadership. And I am very happy and proud of the team and the leadership that I have at UCT. So in the next slide, I just want to, again, just explain to the portfolio committee and the leadership of DHEAD why we are focusing on this mission of innovation. We as the university are looking at becoming what we call a 4th generation university. And a 4th generation university does not only do teaching and learning and research and societal engagement, but it also begins to drive social and economic growth, both around the university, in the country, and we are seeing an opportunity to do so on the continent. For the most part, this means that we have to be involved in setting up startups that are designed to create employment, solve local problems, but also to ensure that young people have opportunities. You will see that since 2004, UCT has created 41 companies, and for us, we want to make sure that UCT can create 40 companies in a year or every 2 years. This is our goal, and doing so will really boost the economy in the country. We are planning to build a UCT Innovation District along the stretch of UCT along the main road, and that is also going to be an economic hub that we will be building there. Next slide. Why are we doing this? As UCT, we've been involved in entrepreneurship for the past 30 years, but it's been an ad hoc function. There's a number of good initiatives in and around the university, but we have never really coordinated this together. We've got some short-term goals, medium-term goals, and long-term goals, and we want to make sure that we bring this together into a portfolio of innovation and entrepreneurship, which is why the revitalization of our strategy as a university. You will see just in the sector and around the world that many of the research-intensive universities will also be doing something similar. It has become an imperative for us to do so. It's a question of how we can create an enabling ecosystem for universities to participate in this regard. We have often been labeled as ivory towers and universities that are not engaged in society, and we want to change that. We want to be better integrated. We want to be better responsive to the challenges around us and in the country. We want to become economic players as well. We hope that in this regard, the Portfolio Committee and the department can also be supportive as we move in this direction. It will require for us to work very closely with the private sector, with industry, with government, and with civil society in what we call a quintuple helix of innovation. Can I move to the next slide? So these are the stats of what UCT has achieved previously. You can see that since 2000, we've been working on this, the spin-off companies that we have set up that have generated an equity of 250 million, but also made sure that we give employment to about 450 people. Next slide. As I indicated, we want to build what we call an innovation district. We've got areas of hubs that we are good at as UCT. We are good in health sciences. We are good in science, AI, and technology. We are good in arts and culture. We are good in high performance sport. These things are areas that we want to build and make sure that we can turn them into economic hubs around the university and along the stretch of the university and become more actively engaged. These are also opportunities where our students will be able to set up their own companies, startup companies, and create employment. It's also opportunities where communities can work with us in terms of any improvements and development work that needs to happen in our communities in partnership as part of the civil society engagement and the social innovation enterprise that we will be working on. It's also an opportunity where industry will be working with us and major companies working with us to create opportunities for our students and for the youth. We do want to see a situation where, as I indicated, our youth, our graduates can become job creators. Next slide. What is an innovation hub, an innovation district as part of the mission? This is what it means. It means that we are going to use our physical assets, our economic assets, and network assets to make sure that we can unlock opportunities. And it's a dynamic mixed-use environment that will bring entrepreneurs, academia, startups, industry, and driven by transit, technology, sustainability, and investment. We are very well poised as UCT to drive this agenda, and we are committed to driving it. You'll be pleased, Chairperson, to know that Stellenbosch University, Wits University, they are also thinking along the same lines. And it is something that I think as universities we've been reflecting on in terms of how we can be better active players who can gain societal legitimacy in the way that we do our work. So, Chairperson, I want to pause here and allow our Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning to tell us about the Teaching and Learning portfolio, with your permission.
Honourable Chair, I will speak to three matters: the changing profile of applications and enrolments, student academic performance from 2022 to date, and I'll touch on some of the causes for dropout and delayed throughput, together with some of the measures that UCT has put in place to address these. I think the core message is that demand for an education from UCT remains strong, but the success of our students depends on continuing our targeted and embedded support. So this slide frames UCT's approach to teaching and learning, and our aim is to provide resilient, work-ready graduates. The approach is student-centered, inclusive, as well as being digitally enabled, with support across academic development, well-being, financial need, mentoring, and extended curriculum pathways. So performance and throughput are therefore shaped by the whole learning environment and not only by classroom teaching. I will briefly touch on work-integrated learning because it speaks to graduate outcomes. Across the faculties of Commerce, Engineering and the Built Environment, Humanities, and Health Sciences, students encounter structured work integrated, and practice-based learning, including internships, there's clinical placements, there's teaching practice, vacation work, as well as field practica. And these experiences connect academic learning to professional practice. Turning to the next slide now, our applicant pool grew from 31,394 in 2017 to 59,039 in 2026. African applicants are 65% of the 2026 pool and grew at the fastest annual rate. Female applicants have been in the majority since 2020. The key insight is that applications for admission are increasing, especially from historically underrepresented groups. Firm offers increased from just over 8,500 in 2017 to 9,815 in 2026. African applicants received the largest share of offers from UCT. However, importantly, offers are not enrollments. Because the take-up rate has declined, which I will return to in a moment, UCT has had to make more offers to be able to secure a full entering class. Our recently completed no-show survey highlights that conversions from offers to registration is shaped by a number of factors. These include affordability, competing offers, accommodation, program choice, as well as offer timing. Turning now to first-time undergraduate enrollments. Our first-time undergraduate enrollments rose from 4,352 in 2017 to around 4,233 in 2026. In 2026, African students were the largest group at 44%, followed by white students at 23%, colored students at 20%, and Indian students at 7%, as demonstrated on the slide. Female students comprised 59% of our intake. Turning now to offer take-up rates, this slide shows a critical constraint that we experience. Overall, take-up of offers has declined from 51% in 2017 to 43% in 2026. Colored applicants showed the highest take-up rate in 2026, while Indian applicants had the lowest at 33%. The issue is not simply whether students meet the requirements for admission, but whether the conditions are in place for them to accept an offer and then to register. In 2026, UCT enrolled 28,936 students. 44% are in science-based faculties, and a quarter each are in commerce and the Graduate School of Business, and then a quarter in humanities. The distribution is consistent with our approved enrollment plan. This slide highlights that success interventions must operate at scale. We've got a large number of students, but they also need to be faculty specific because our experience is that the risks differ across clinical, engineering, commerce, across the humanities and science programs. So this slide is central to describing academic performance. The success rate data shows a recovery after the post-pandemic dip in 2021, with an improvement from 2022 through 2025 across the grand total, but also importantly across demographic groups. The pattern is encouraging, but is no reason for complacency. There remains a difference between groups, although the graph shows quite clearly that this gap is closing, but success rates alone do not fully show the dropout or throughput. UCT therefore reads these data alongside progression, exclusion risk, gateway course performance, as well as completion patterns. In my final slide, I'm going to talk about the measures to address some of this dropout and throughput. The causes of dropout and delayed throughput are multiple. Challenging transition from school to university, underrepresentedness in gateway courses, unpreparedness in gateway courses, overloaded curricula, financial and psychosocial pressures, language challenges, unclear pathways, and uneven access to the hidden curricula. So UCT's response is therefore multi-layered. We have simplified academic pathways, we have strengthened academic extended programs, embedded academic literacies, improved student advising, and we are using analytics for early identification of students at risk. Some examples of these include the Kanyisa course and reworked plus tutorials in the humanities faculty. Another example is the EBE Gear Up transition program, amongst many others, which I can talk about a bit later if the question arises. In short, UCT is moving from a reactive support to embedded, proactive, and evidence-informed student success work.
Honorable members, Minister DM, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Internationalization, Professor Thokozani Majosi, will take us through the portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VC. Morning again, everyone. Thanks, Chair of the committee. So I'll just take you through the Research and Internationalization portfolio, the summary of what we've achieved so far. What you see in front of you is really a dashboard that summarizes our financial standpoint in the main, but it also gives you where our research profile is in terms of rated researchers, the chairs, our publications, as well as the rankings. If you look at the first instance, the financial performance, we garnered about 2.3 billion rands in terms of research income from external sources. So basically this is non-GOP funding. The bulk of that, by the way, being external, foreign funding. There was a 6% drop from what we had in 2024, but still much better than what we had anticipated. We had anticipated 11% drop due to the geopolitical shifts that we experienced globally, but particularly at UCT last year. And in terms of research contracts, we secured 2.7 billion rand in terms of research contracts. That's about 1,843 contracts signed just in 2025 alone. Again, a significant drop in terms of the contracts that were signed in 2024 because of the geopolitical changes. And then in terms of the local contracts that we have, there's about 481 million. So of that 2.7 billion, 2.2 is still foreign contracts, again showing that there's still a reliance on our foreign funding. In 2025 alone, we filed about 47 patents, which talks to the innovation potential of our institution as indicated by the VC. And the number of spin-out companies that we formed in 2025 is 1. It was 6 in 2024. We've invested about 122.6 million rand in postgraduate fellows, which is a very major constituency in the research portfolio within the institution. We spent about 285 million rand on postgraduate funding. What we've seen recently is a steady decline in the number of our researchers that are rated by the NRF. The portfolio committee would know that our researchers in South Africa are rated by the National Research Foundation. We have A, B, C among the established researchers, and then we have the Y1, Y2, and P among the young researchers. So we've seen a steady decline there from 483 in 2021 down to about 426 in 2025. And then in terms of our SACHI chairs are the national research chairs that focus on key disciplines that talk to the national imperatives in the country. There has been a steady decline as well there from 40 in 2021 to 25 in 2025. But that decline is because of a number of chairs coming to the end of their cycle as anticipated. But the research that is conducted in those chairs still continues within the university. Our publication count has decreased quite significantly if you compare it to 2021, but that decrease is not a big worry for us at UCT. We've understood that it comes with our collaboration with global institutions or external institutions, which is key for our standing as a global institution and #1 institution in Africa. So the decline really is because of the units that we earn from DHETs. Those units tend to drop the more collaboration one engages in. The number of articles has also increased from last year. We increased to 3,500. the number of books, as you can see. I'm not going to read each and every one of those because of time, but it is very, very, very important to realize that the subsidy has also declined because of the decrease in the number of units. In terms of rankings, we've done well in most of the rankings globally. We're just showing the global rankings there, not just the African continent. In terms of higher education, we moved from 183 to 164 in 2025 from 2021. And then in QS, we are now in 150. We ranked 150 in 2025 compared to 226 in 2021. The rankings that the chair of the committee spoke about are the CWR rankings. There, in 2025, we're 275. We've almost remained within that space whilst the VET moved down to about 200, thereabout. If you look at the summary, let's go to the summary of the rankings. In 2025, you will realize that we are number one across the board, except for the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, which really measured our participation in SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. There we were number 3, but across the board, we were number 1 throughout. So it means that a 2 in CWR doesn't make a big difference. We are still number 1 in Africa. Then what I show in that slide is also the areas within UCT where we rank. In the top 20, for example, we have development studies. In 2024, we were number 15. In 2025,
Hold
we were
on,
number
Prof.
20.
There's an intervention from your
Oh,
president.
yes.
No, Chair, I just want to explain in football terms because South Africans may not quite understand. It's like Kaizer Chiefs winning the Makufe Cup, and then Pirates take the Nedbank, the League, the MTN 8, just to make South Africans to better understand from a research perspective. Thank you, Chair.
I'm now forced, Minister, in the next term to bring vets to defend themselves. Because, yeah, I think I apologize for saying they are number 1 there. Because now you are taking them and they are not there to defend themselves. But you can continue, Prof.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Chair. It's not what I'm saying, Chair. You can see there's that table that you see there is in the public space using researched information. So in any event, let's proceed. So that's where things were. We're reporting till 2025. So the recent developments happened this year, really. So next year it will be slightly different. But as of 2025, that's how that table looked. And at the bottom there, I've got the areas within UCT where we are really leading globally. In the top 20, I did indicate developmental studies. We are number 20 as of 2025. And then some of the other areas is in sports science. You'll see that in 2025, it's written we were number 25. But in the recent ranking, we are number 10. So we're doing very, very well in sports science as well. I'm not going to read each and every one of those, but it's very, very clear that health sciences is still very much leading in terms of visibility and impact. We also are leading in oceanography and astronomy. If we go to the next slide, this slide in particular simply summarizes what I had in that spreadsheet that I started off with. It shows you now, if we had to look at each and every faculty, the faculty that has secured the highest number of grants is Faculty of Health Sciences, because they work significantly with institutions mainly in the US and Europe. That's followed by science, and then the other faculties follow from there. Almost unrivaled for a very long time is the NRF in terms of local funders. They are still the largest funder by far of our endeavors within the institution. So we can see there, just in 2025, they put about 214 million rand in our research, followed by SAMRC and the other funders. And the international funders are led by the Wellcome Trust, followed by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and all the way down to King's College London. We also have a number of donors which are listed in there. The next slide gives you the number of rated researchers. I did say that the number has decreased somewhat, down to about 426 from about 480 something that were 483 actually in 2020. So, and if you split them into the various faculties, the faculty with the highest number of rated researchers at this instance is science, followed by the Faculty of Health Sciences, and then the other faculties follow. But I want to also emphasize that in that rating, we have 37 A-rated scientists at UCT. That's about 10% of all the A-rated scientists in the country. Now, an A-rated scientist is an authority in their field, and that talks to where UCT is in terms of scholarship in various disciplines. We also have 9 P-rated scientists. The P-rated scientist would be your young scholar who most likely would be an A-rated scientist in the few coming years. So that 9 is arguably the largest also or the highest in the country in one institution. And then the Sachi chairs that I mentioned early on, the 25 that we have, as distributed as shown, the highest number is in science, which has 9 Sachi chairs, followed by EBE and then the Faculty of Health Sciences. You also have a summary of our IP and innovation. The VC has spoken at length about this innovation mission that we are embarking on. But it's important also to just highlight that it's not just patents being filed and just innovation being rolled out, but it's also full-time employment. I mean, since 2024, we've created more than 445 full-time jobs, which is really what we aim to achieve given the country that we find ourselves in. I will not delve into what you have at the bottom. I'll go straight to this slide, which shows you why actually our research units seem to be declining. It is mainly because of our drive to collaborate intensively globally. And the more you collaborate, unfortunately, the lesser the units you have. You'll realize that since 2014, our international collaboration has increased to about 75.9%. And then the national collaboration, we've increased by 17%. The institutional, what has dropped a bit is institutional collaboration, that is collaborating within our institution. And of course, the number of single authored papers has decreased by 29%, which is exactly what we want to see, by the way, going forward. And then we do a lot of work also with other institutions. We collaborate quite extensively. We have a dual collaborative degree that we are working on with Sciences Po, which is in Paris in France. In September this year, we will be hosting for the very first time the Times Higher Education World Academic Summit, which will be the first of its kind held on the continent. This was announced and we'll be reaching out to the public space a bit more going forward. So it's from the 29th of September to the 1st of October. We are doing this in collaboration with our long-standing partner, the University of Bristol in the UK. In September last year, we launched the African Hub on AI safety, peace and security, also the first of its kind on the continent. We all understand the complications that have come with AI. So we are leading in that space as the institution. And then just to close, this is my last slide, in terms of the risks that we've identified and how we respond to those risks. The major risk really pertains to research funding. It's become very, very clear, and it's because of time that I have not delved into this. But if allowed at some point, we can have a discussion. You'll realize that of those grants that we have secured, the bulk of them still come from the US and Europe in particular. In fact, 66% of our research funding comes from external funding, external as in foreign funding. So that really renders us vulnerable to geopolitical shifts. The issue of sustaining UCT's research productivity is one of the areas that we've seen that we need to focus on going forward. Attracting and retaining key researchers is one of the areas that we will be focusing on going forward. Research compliance is another. And again, we are responding to all of these in ways that seem to be making progress as we move forward. I'm not going to again read each of those bullets in detail, but it is important that I do highlight that we are investing heavily on infrastructure, innovation, on making sure that our digital systems operate in an integrated fashion rather than a fragmented fashion, which is the case at the moment, and also focusing more on our physical spaces so that they lend themselves to interdisciplinary research going forward. So I would then, with that, Chair and the VC, hand over back to you.
Maybe before you come in, Honorable Lonzi made an example about football, which was very relevant because of the example he made about Makuvi, very relevant. But Prof. Majosi, also in football, if you have played for, let's say, in England, you have in the EPL, you have played for Chelsea, and you are now playing for Liverpool, and you score against Chelsea. Normally, those people don't celebrate when they score against. So I'm just reminding you because I know you are from Wales, and you are celebrating taking off your T-shirt against Wales, which their supporters might have a comment to make. So I was just saying, in terms of football, normally we don't celebrate against our former teams.
I fully understand, Chair. I fully understand, yeah. And I accept.
You accept, thank you. VC.
Chairperson, sometimes supporters also follow players. Chairperson, let me invite our head of HR, Juliet Mhango, together with the Deputy Vice Chancellor for People, Culture and Society, to take us through the staffing issues. They will speak to transformation, take us through students' issues, and also they'll take us through the GBV issues. And all of these issues, the Portfolio Committee had highlighted as important. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Thank you again, honorable members and Chair, for this opportunity. I will provide an overview of our staff profile. So firstly, to highlight that UCT demonstrates diversity across race and gender. Diversity is actually a strength of ours when you look at our demographics, and majority of our staff are made up of women. So when you look at the graph that we've got on that slide, it is clear that overall, the largest segments of our staff are African and colored employees. Across nearly all staff categories, the number of female staff actually exceeds that of males, with 60% of our workforce being female. The inclusion of foreign nationals is part of our global engagement and skills diversification, and we can see that we have a profile overall of 4.51% of foreign national within the institution. Overall, our staff count, which is PAS and academic staff, if you may stay on that slide, our overall head count of PAS and academic staff is 7,075 employees. We've then got a student component, which then brings our total staff complement to 8,937. Next slide, thank you. On this slide, it's important to highlight that UCT has a predominantly permanent workforce, supporting institutional stability whilst retaining flexibility through contract and ad hoc appointments. UCT employs 8,937 staff across academic, PAS, and student categories. Permanent staff account for the largest part of the workforce in both the academic and professional and administrative and support services staff, which we call PAS, cohorts at 13.82% and 39.16% of the total staff complement. In the student segment, students are employed at UCT, particularly on ad hoc and contract basis, reflecting the short-term nature of and flexibility of the roles they occupy. We appoint students as part of our academic support, for example, as tutors, teaching assistants, and lab demonstrators, or within the admin section as library assistants and IT and lab support. Next slide, please. So on this slide, again, to reiterate that UCT is predominantly a South African employer, and we employ foreign nationals, a small proportion of foreign nationals at a percentage of 4.51% in comparison to the overall number of our South African employees. So in total, 88.3% of our staff are South African. Naturalized and permanent residents account for an additional 7.2% combined, reflecting long-term integration of global skills into South Africa. The data does show that foreign national employment is limited and strategic. It aligns with our focus on academic excellence, research competitiveness, and global institutional partnerships. I then take you to the next slide. This slide particularly, I think just if we can, my apologies, if we can quickly just go back to the previous slide. Just to reflect that the 88.3%, just unpacking that I mentioned of South African employees, when you look at our PAS segment of staff, we see that it is overwhelmingly South African, with 95% of PAS staff being South African employees, and therefore a higher proportion of our foreign nationals are within the academic category, and that is for the reasons that I've highlighted earlier around global competitiveness and to bring in niche expertise within the institution. Next slide, thank you. On this slide, we highlight, provide a breakdown across the levels from an academic staff profile in terms of South Africans, foreign nationals, and white academics. And when you take the professor level, we see that at professor level, majority of our staff are white candidates at 39.37%. Foreign nationals within the professor band makes up 39.3%, and black professors sit at 21.6%. When you then look at associate professor level, 41.77 is white, with black professors sitting at 30.1% and 28.11%. When you look across the academic profile, the lecturer level, senior lecturers and assistant lecturer positions, you can see that our black demographics are quite high, with our highest at assistant lecturer level sitting at 75.45% black assistant lecturers. This does indicate our commitment to transformation, in the sense that we have a steady pipeline moving with the potential to actually get to professoriate level. There are a number of initiatives that are looking at succession planning and mobility of our academic staff. On the right-hand side, we've got academic level by gender, and a big proportion at professor level. We're sitting at 56.08% male and 43.92% female. And the picture then at, which is encouraging, at associate professor level, our female and male component is quite close, with 50% of males, 50.28% sitting at females, sitting at associate professor level, and males actually sitting at 49.72. And again, this picture highlights the fact that we do have a steady pipeline of female academics coming through the ranks. If we can take, just in summary, I think what is important to highlight is that UCT predominantly remains a South African employer, with 88% of staff being South African citizens. Foreign nationals are primarily placed within academic roles where scarce and critical skills are required. And the same applies for our past categories, where scarce and critical skills are required. We do see a level of employment of foreign nationals. We operate within our internationalization strategy, research excellence, and contribution to broader African and the global knowledge economy. However, we have a strong focus on inclusion, transformation, and diversity, as can be seen from our staff profile. Thank you, Chair.
All right, I will take over from where our EDHR has left off.
Yeah, maybe if you can allow her to switch off the mic, but also to warn you to be prepared. I'm sure most of my questions from members will come to you. Just so be prepared. I know the questions that will come. They are definitely coming to you from the side. You can continue, DVC.
I can assure you she will be prepared. So I'm going to speak about student accommodation, and I will already signal that student housing is a key transformation imperative. So UCT provides accommodation to more than a third of the student population. Of that segment of our student population, 60% consistently over the years used to be NSFAS funded students. Since the introduction of the NSFAS residence cap, we have seen that number decline. It is devastating. In 2025, we dropped for the first time from 60% to 46%. Currently, we are sitting at 43%. So it is important to note that the residence cap introduced by NSFAS is eroding our transformation gains. We're talking here about students who would likely be first-generation graduates in their families. So this erosion is not only important for UCT as an institution, but society. Now I want to speak about why it matters that students are in residences when they need to be. This is because funding residences is funding the conditions in which success becomes possible. So student housing really should not be seen as a cost. It should be seen as an academic intervention. Housing environments function as living, learning systems to support success. And there's credible research available that supports this, nationally and globally. When students stay on campus, they gain more study time, primarily because they don't have to travel as much. They have access to resources, libraries, internet, and study spaces. There's built-in academic support in tutors, mentors, and peers, and there's stronger integration into university life. It's great that we have members of the portfolio committee who can attest to this, because as students, they lived on campus. So we're talking here about student...
Sorry, just before you move, Honorable Khakao says she did not stay on
Well, she was on campus so much?
No, we stayed on rest. So we agree with you partially. But most of my question will come to you.
But she values student accommodation on campus. So then we can say confidently that student housing on campus has an equity impact. It is an academic equalizer. And there's a link to student well-being to this. We have seen that when students accumulate debt, which obviously the institution would have preferred to be able to cover, but to do so proved unsustainable. So this is debt carried by students with serious impact on their well-being. We take student well-being very seriously at UCT. You've heard about us hosting the Times Higher Education. This year we are also hosting the World University Network on student mental health. Next slide. We make sure that we, as UCT, maintain competitive cost structures and deliver value through our residences. And we do so by making sure that as far as possible, we retain capacity to house our students. So you will note that we carry the bulk of student housing currently with leased beds from public works and the public sector indicated on the slide. I'll skip through to the next slide, which really is what the committee asked for, which is a comparison between our lowest rated residence space to the highest. So I won't go into details in that regard. I'll move to the next slide. On the next slide, these are costs for student accommodation outside UCT. This is where we can begin to compare between what UCT housing costs a student to what it would cost them off campus. And it is important that we compare apples to apples. If you look at the en-suite studio apartment, then the slide before, the lowest rate was about 9,500, and the highest was about 11,500. So we've got a clear indication that UCT residences remain competitive. Next slide, please. So here we have listed,
Sorry, you said competitive.
compared to off-campus residences that we've leased.
I was worried that
Yes.
competitive is not really competitive.
Southern suburbs are costly, even for colleagues here. So key cost drivers in terms of our student accommodation, you will note that staffing is quite high. But before I go into staffing as a key driver, just to flag that right in the middle, we talk about budget fees or budgeted fees and actual fees. So the actual doesn't mean there's full cost recovery. It just means billed. So that again speaks to the debt that students carry in lieu of the residence cap. NSFAS funded students, that is. So coming back to staff, we have about 832 staff in our student housing and residence life sector of the university. And I think it is important to indicate that of that number, 291 are student staff. And it speaks to my previous slide on what we offer in residences via tutors and mentors. So in that cost for staffing, we also include students who are assisting others in their academic endeavor. It is also something to say when students are able to earn an income while studying, and we see high uptakes from our students when those opportunities are offered. We certainly wouldn't want to take that away. The bulk, in terms of our staffing in student housing and residences, are colleagues in pay class 1 and 3, and those are cleaners and security staff on the main. So those who've been following UCT over time, you will know that we insourced these staff after 2015. There's a cost to it, which we are happy to carry. I'm sure my VC agrees and my chair of council agrees. Now, moving to GBV and femicide, we have a number of mechanisms to respond to this societal scourge: prevention, and you will note there that education for men is listed top as a prevention measure. We also have a response protocol, and this is important because these are services that we offer everyone on campus. A 24-hour hotline for GBV, trained security staff, transport to the Tutuzela Center for Students, and reporting pathways to SEPs. We also have a specialized tribunal office with dedicated focus on sexual offenses. We also have specialized support drawing from our student wellness, but also supported by our alumni, where we have psychological support available. We also have policies as a key intervention mechanism. Next slide. I've spoken about the special tribunal, which deals directly and drawing from legal instruments to address sexual offenses. And then I will move to the next slide, which is my second last slide. You will note that we don't only take complaints that arise from campus, but also off-campus incidents. This speaks to how our systems at UCT are trusted, even by members of the public who are not at UCT. Our preference, particularly for rape, is that SEPs is involved, that survivors and bystanders have reported this to SEPs, even if people involved, especially survivors, feel the need to also register their complaints with us. My last slide. We have there the complaints that have been formally lodged with our special tribunal, and that's just a tally of the cases and the number, the kind of complaints that have reached us. And with regards to rape, which is a heinous crime, we have 8 cases registered, and we have 1 concluded. When time, and if time allows, we can speak about some of the delays and challenges that are faced when we hold people accountable for complaints that have been raised with us. Thank you.
BC, if we can just finish in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
We do have 3 other presentations and engagements.
Thank you. We'll finish in 15 minutes. We've got 2 presenters, the ED for Properties and Services and the CFO. So we'll start then with Dr. Warren Cookert.
Thank you, VC. Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. I'm going to the first slide that's just going to talk about some statistics with regard to safety and security. If we look at the total reported incidents, it fell from a peak of 328 in 2023 down to 205 incidents in 2025, which is about a 37% drop from the peak and the lowest in the 4-year cycle. Then, of course, the biggest component thereof is theft. This is the largest category. It dropped from 201 incidents to 132 in 2025, which is in 1 year. Robbery and vehicle theft both trended down. There was no kidnapping incidents. On-campus incidents fell from 210 to 141, and then the off-campus incidents from 85 to 64 year on year. The next slide. The reason why a lot of it declined or reduced was basically key interventions that we had with regards to upgraded surveillance. So we are still busy with the CCTV program that we're still rolling out to improve our coverage of the campus areas, which is really helping us a lot. There's an improved venue security, more patrols and expanded safety routes via foot and mobile. And then safety awareness programs for students, resident students as well as staff. So the communication is really important for us as well. Active participation with local authorities, etc., and Grooteskiel Community Improvement District, GSIT. So they're also helping us out in specific areas off campus. So in closing, it's just with regards to, even though there are major improvements that we've seen, it's still a really big challenge for us if you look at all of our open spaces and open campuses around UCT, to managing it, but we take out the positives and we make sure that we can continue with the works. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, VC, and thank you, Warren, and thank you to the Honorable Chair and the members. If we could go to the next slide. What we thought would be useful is to share with the Honorable members a snapshot in terms of our financial performance for 2025. Earlier on, you received our results for 2024 that were presented by the Deputy Minister. The results that we are projecting here, we are in the middle of the audit, just in time to be able to submit at the end of June to DHET. What we're seeing with regards to this results is that you could see that our total revenue has increased from 2024 by 5.4% to 9 billion rand. And I'll give context to that because if you go further down on this slide, you'd see that tuition fee was sitting at 2.5 billion and government subsidies sitting at 2.3 billion. Our tuition fee in terms of our total income and sources of income, it's about 31% of that total source of income, and subsidies sitting at 29%. You heard earlier from Professor Majosi about contracts that we have signed, but for our reporting purposes, in terms of the money that we're able to report on research contract, we're sitting at about 1.7 billion, and that amount makes up 22% of our total revenue, followed by investment income. This is from interest that we earn and dividends that we have, largely driven by endowments, and I'll speak to our endowment space, and that's about 9%, and donations that also Prof. Majosi touched on, we're looking at about 6%, and the rest of it, which is minimal 3%, is from our commercial enterprise. You see our total assets were sitting at 19.4 billion, with investment income at 11.79 billion. Majority of that investment income, it's a restricted funds that we have, largely in an endowment space. What has been driving that amount, it's not necessarily new funds coming in. What we've been seeing is that the markets movement that are driving that. We would like to have an area where we're growing our endowment funds because we're leveraging on the legacy endowment in this space, which is very key because that endowment fund, it enables us to what Professor Ramugondo was referring to, student support. But in a restricted area, we're not able to move as we would like. If we could go to the next slide. What this slide also gives you, it's an overview in terms of our student debt for 31 December 2025. Our debt has increased, if you look at from 2015 to where we are now, our debt was well below 200 million rands, and now it's above just over 1 billion rand. It's a great area of concern because what this says is that for any amount that we're not able to recover, we're not able to convert it into cash and therefore fund our operation. Honorable Chair, you spoke about NSFAS, and I'll touch on that. And if NSFAS fails, we would also be in a position that we are not able to be sustainable. The same way with student debt, if you're not able to convert that into cash, it puts us in a very difficult position to meet our operational needs. What we have done is that we do provide, but not necessarily write off, and this is for reporting purposes. And you would see of our total debt, we anticipate 46% of that not to be recoverable. That's a high amount that actually affects our operations as a university, and that has been increasing year on year. What we wanted to do, if we could go to the next slide, is that it was very key to think about the sustainability of the university and how tuition fee is a key enabler for us to be able to achieve our operational needs and execute on our strategy. We took our data of our student debt as it ended 31 December 2025. And what you found is that out of the population of 35,000 accounts, there were 13,000 accounts of student accounts that had debit balances. We modeled this to assess what's the risk in relation to student debt, and we came up with 3 clusters. And if you could go to the next slide, you would see how we looked at that cluster. We looked at the payment behavior, we looked at the payment behavior, really speaking about when last we actually received payment from student. We looked at the balance profile from low to high and variable, and then we ranked that based on the risk that we assessed, with being lowest to medium and then the high risk. And if you go to the next slide, we actually summarize that for you, and you can get a great picture in terms of where we find ourselves with regards to student debt. What you're seeing in terms of low risk, it's not an area of concern from us, and I'm not going to pay too much attention to it. Medium to high are areas of concern, but I'll focus for the purpose of this presentation on our high risk. And I want to bring you to the third column where it speaks of, third row rather, the median number of payment last made. And you would notice here there was none made, and even on top where we speak about when last we received payment. These are the students in our system who were unable to make any form of students. What this data has enabled us to see from this, it's really the concern in terms of students who do not qualify for NSFAS in the form of either a loan or a bursary that NSFAS give, but they're not eligible to any other funding or support that they could receive. We classify them as self-funded student. What we're doing as a university is that we are engaging with the private sector in this regard to be able to provide funding instruments, not necessarily limited to bursaries, but other sources of funding. In certain areas, it's in the form of loans, but favorable loans. And we've signed contracts this year with 3 service providers to assist this cohort of students who are at risk in terms of their funding. If we go to the next slide. The next slide is what Professor Ramugondo spoke to in relation to our NSFAS student. And you could see the total number of NSFAS students that we have to date and what we're forecasting as well. What is very interesting and very key to note here is that the students who are in the system and have not been progressing well, and we classify them as N+2, those students, as a university, we carry on that liability to fund those students. Ordinarily, these students are in their final year and have few modules outstanding. And as you can see, we had budgeted 100 and we've only been able to identify 63. With regards to gap funding, again, there's a number of students who are not eligible either to the NSFAS funding. You'd see the 70 that already is, but the other ones who fall outside of that eligibility criteria from NSFAS. And we have 70 where we as a university are taking a liability to make sure that the students complete their studies. Chair, the next slide. What it does, it's the area of concern, and you've heard Professor Ramugondo speaking about how providing a suitable accommodation is very key to student success. And we remain concerned when you start looking about the cap on accommodation that was introduced by NSFAS. What this slide shows you, it's what that cap has done for us as a university, an exposure rather, from 2023 when it was first introduced. As a university in the first year, and because we had not planned for this, what we thought was a responsible thing to do is to absorb, that cost of 165 million. That really affected our council-controlled funding, exposing us to a deficit as a result of that. Because the timing when this happened, we did not expect it to take place in that way, and also we wanted to protect the students in this regard. This resulted in us having to assess our policies and our relevance, and also what is it that the university could afford. It was very clear that we cannot afford this in a sustainable way in the long term. And you would see that the debt that we've incurred over the years continued to increase. You would see as well that there is a donor funding that we are using in order to mitigate and protect the students here. Ordinarily, Chair, this donor funding would go to students that I have told you about earlier, those who are not able to make any form of funding. But because of this debt, we have to prioritize NSFAS students because we understand which households they come from. So you're diverting one form of funding to this area, which remains a great concern. As it stands, without taking out the amount that the university has absorbed, including the donor funding that had to be diverted, is that the total debt that we're looking at is just over 500 million rand as a result of this. Chair, I hope we're fine with time. I saved you 2 minutes and 1 minute for Warren to come through.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just take the committee through some infrastructure development projects that we've done. Some of the major projects we've completed via either DED funding as well as donor funding are the Avenue Road Residence, ICT Network Renewal, Chris Hani Lecture Theatre Refurbishment, School of Education. And then we've got the donor-funded buildings that we completed was Hasselplattner D School, the design school, which we've obviously won a lot of awards for the green building. And then we've got the Grootskie Hospital, J Block Neuroscience Clinic, which is also completed, as well as the Graduate School of Business Conference Centers. The majority of these projects are completed, or all of them at least. And then next slide. Recently completed projects, as well as the data centers. So we had an upgrade of one of our data centers, which was recently completed. Our Oval Substation, which was an electrical infrastructure upgrade of the main incomer for Upper Campus. Our Glendower residence upgrade, as well as Rochester. The next slide. Then we've got projects in progress, which is the standout project is obviously our Nelson Mandela Memorial Center and School of Public Governance, which is underway. It is a donor-funded project, but we are doing a lot of, I think we're doing the design at the moment, or there's going to be a major African design concept, which we're going to market now, which architects can design this concept this year still. And then hopefully next year we will kick off with some of the proceedings on continue with the project, which is going to be an upper campus-based building. On the compliance and resilience component, we've got the electrical mechanical engineering building, which we've done a fire compliance project. We've completed it now, waiting for final approvals. Certificate of compliant projects. Those are electrical compliance projects we started and will continue for the next 5 years. And then we've got a lease-to-own backup power plant for our health sciences campus, which we've also completed now, also waiting final approval from NERSA. Then we can switch on the plant, which is a backup plant for the whole campus in support of all the academic and research activities. Then another major project is the Jagger Library refurbishment, which we've also going out to market this year and starting with our designs. Hopefully we will start with the construction works early in 2027. On the sustainability front, water sustainability project, which is also from the DED funded, nearly completed, which is also, we've got a wastewater treatment plant, which is from some of our residences. We're reutilizing the black water, etc., that we clean up and eventually utilize back into the system as well, so which is completed. It's a very unique project, and I think other universities are also visiting us on this milestone. We've got the Polar Lab, which is ongoing, and there's a lot of discussions and negotiations on where that lab or that building would be, especially with the V&A waterfront. And then the IDM solar PV plant, it's basically alongside the backup power plant for health sciences, which is also nearly completed. We're just waiting for approvals from the city. So the progress made on this UCT self-funded project there's a lot of self-funded at the moment, but we obviously working closely with the Department of Higher Education to make sure that we can get the next rounds, the next stages of improvements as well. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Committee.
Well, thank you very much, UCT Management and Council. you forgot to put Kanibambo, which is Mozambican for donkey. I see you've put donkey there. Who's coming? SRC? Which they're doing it from
Thank
there.
you, Chair. We're just waiting for the PowerPoint presentation to go up.
Okay, you can you can start in the meantime, President.
Yep.
You don't have to confirm whether you are progressive or not, but
No, I'm very progressive, Chair. Don't worry. Good morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues in the House. My name is Gito Mujapelo, and I am the President of the SRC for the year 2026. We come here to represent a cohort of 29,000 students, around 12,000 of them being postgraduate and around 17,000 of them being undergraduates. As an introduction towards our presentation, we are going to be focusing on the current climate of the institution, notably looking at gender-based violence, transformation, funding, student support, and the main pressing issue that we faced as an institution in NSFAS, as DVC, Prof. Mogondo, and the CFO have touched upon already. This is noting that 33% of the UCT undergraduate students are NSFAS funded, earning underneath 350,000 for their household incomes. And being the cap introduced in 2023, the impact has been quite measurable, documented, and entirely carried by the students with the implications of registration, as we have seen with concurrent SRCs. On to the slide around transformation, specifically speaking to the staff, speaking to the HR. Currently in the institution, there are 15 Black South African women professors in the university. There are currently also 0 persons with disabilities in 18 senior management positions allocated within that. And within the staff with disabilities in mixed management, virtually none of them are Black African. UCT's own 2024 transformation report referring to disability inclusion frames this as not occurring in the fullest of sense, but the current lack in staff that houses disabilities presents a divide with the students who are living with disabilities within the institution. It is also further noted that at current, the African females within the institution, although it has been mentioned by HR to be quite large, are concentrated at the entry level, with the mobility being quite hampered moving into senior roles. There's obviously on a representative basis, with students engaging with these senior professionals in the institution, creates a sense of gap in terms of representation and understanding on both fronts. This is important within the institution in order for us to engage with that fully and to ensure that the transformation sector is not only housed within the student space, but also within the staff space. On to more of the pertinent issues, gender-based violence. UCT SRC in 2025 on November 21st, alongside a lot of the other institutions in the country, and Women for Change led in a national movement in order to get GBVF declared a national disaster, which was eventually done so by President Cyril Ramaphosa. As of the statistics in the UCT space, GBV remains quite a pertinent issue, with 170 rape survivors reaching out to UCT between the years of 2016 to 2024, with 104 survivors accessing mental health support in 2024 alone, with 90 cases on average year in, year out, consistently around harassment, assault, and rape within the institution. This remains at the top level of the institution, noting that we as the SRC are actively engaging with students to work on prevention as well as education within the space. Within doing so, we've partnered up with the OIC within the institution, as well as other partners such as the Western Cape Department of Social Development, in order to embark on a campaign titled No Act and Support Through Shared Responsibility. This is ultimately to target the 30 residents across 6 locations with 12 facilities, with sessions that were scheduled through May 2026 with ongoing support that we're looking to achieve. This is to address the consistent community harm that persist within the institution, and is to actively incorporate that from a residence level as well as an institutional level, ensuring that there is continued coordination across the different sectors such as the residence and the faculty space. We do note this to be a point where we, as the Director General mentioned, to be something that DHET as a department, as well as the institutions across the country, have a collaborative, coordinated effort in addressing the situation in the higher education space. Beyond that, in terms of positions the university has taken, it's been noted that in 2024, Council passed the resolutions on Gaza, which has gained a lot of support from the SRC as well as the student populace. This in turn did affect funding, as the CFO has mentioned and as the DVC with research has mentioned, effectively impacting the medical faculties in and of themselves with regard to funding and well as some of the research projects. This is also in tandem to the recent Trump administration that has occurred within America with a certain funding being pulled from it, impacting a lot of student funding from that sense. So it's another standpoint for us to invite the Department of Higher Education and Training, as well as the ongoing efforts that are already present within the institution to aid and assist in ensuring that funding is secured within that regard. Onto this, as the DVC of Research had mentioned, we are doing quite well in terms of the rankings, but that's to say that this is very based in how students academically perform and what support is in that. So speaking onto the slide is to speak to the current support services in the institution. Currently, 556 students are registered for psychological support, which is growing in the capacity of the institution as requiring more and more of that support in and of itself. Noting that the disability service is currently undergoing more and more impact in terms of supporting students that needs to be assessed. In that space, as well as psychological support, it's been noted that the Department of Higher Education and Training has aided the Engineering and Built Environment faculty with psychological support. However, it's been noted that that's not currently present across the other faculties. We are very, very appreciative of the initiative that is engaged within the EBE faculty, but we'd also like to extend a olive branch to introduce that into the rest of the faculty space in order to provide that psychological support that helps many students. In that, we are currently also experiencing some matters around food security within the Western Cape space throughout UCT and UWC, notably noting that the SRC alongside DSA have instilled a food initiative program in order to help combat a lot of the food insecurity challenges that come about from NSFAS, delayed payments, as well as just the exorbitant funding that is required to sustain one's individual needs within the institution. That being said, alongside all of these matters, as the UCT SRC, we have noted that NSFAS and their funding shortfalls remains one of the greatest impacts on the SRC and our work for the year, as well as student funding. As it currently stands, nearly 3,800 NSFAS students face a combined shortfall of 110 million or above annually, as documented by the CFO. And this leaves students within 30 to 50,000 Rand worth of debt year in, year out, impacting registration and so on and the like. Without that being said, I'll hand over to the SG now to speak on NSFAS and the implications and what it means for us going forward as an institution on the student level.
Okay, thank you, President.
President is giving you the most controversial part.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to highlight to this committee, the ministry. It's just unfortunate that the minister is no longer here, that there is a reason why we chose to focus on this issue. It is a ticking time bomb, and if we're not careful, I saw at UJ there was a protest last weekend. We were engaging even with VES, it's also an issue to them. And if we're not careful, it will become another issue in the sector. But for UCT, why did we choose this issue? The CFO has indicated that in 2023, the university absorbed the debt, maybe because they were thinking that they are still engaging with NSFAS and so on. In 2024, the university did not absorb the debt. which meant that the students that were doing their final year in 2024 that are NSFAS funded, they could not do their postgrads in 2025 because they were owing the shortfall from 2024. And some of this degree, it's very important for you to have honors because a bachelor's degree alone is not enough for this degree. So we will touch on some of these things. Also, they were unable to graduate. So you can imagine I'm the first person in my family to go to university, but because of this shortfall, I couldn't go into the stage and celebrate with the family. It was the same thing in 2025 where the university was unable to cover the shortfall. The same thing happened, but they don't only affect NSFAS students. In previous years, the university will allocate a certain amount of debt to say the students that are owing to this amount of debt are going to give them concessions to register. In previous years, to be around 30 million, 50 million. This year, they managed to increase it to around 100 million to say for this debt, we will be able to give concessions. NSFAS students alone, they account more than 100 million. So they have already taken a chunk of that amount of money. In previous year, if you fail, you don't meet the necessary credits for NSFAS. NSFAS will defund you, but you'll be allowed to register for the following year because you are not owing a single cent. And then if you pass the following year, you are able to apply for NSFAS and then NSFAS refund you on the basis that you have now met the credits. It was not the same this year because the university was like, you no longer have what? You no longer have NSFAS. You are a financial risk to the university. You are not funded. So it affects a lot of things. Final years in previous years that are self-funded and they've made a significant amount of funding, they will be given concessions to finish their degrees. It was not the same this year because the debt is continuing to increase and it's getting to a point where even when SRC engages with the exec, with council, we understand that even with them, they're in a tight situation and we have to resolve the real issue and then this is the issue of the accommodation cap. So colleagues, this is the reality from 2024 and last year. Every year at the end of the year, students, they go into crowdfunding. They beg for money, they advertise their poverty, and this is what the cap has led us to. So, where did the cap come from? The cap, where the current NSFAS model. It was introduced in 2017 by the then President Jacob Zuma. But I would like to highlight the words in the inaugural sona of the current President Ramaphosa, where he indicated that the full-scale bazaar of NSFAS, it contributes to greater economic growth, reduce poverty, and reduce inequality. But the current cap threatens that. Because if you are owing because of the shortfall, and then you can't do your postgrad, you can't get a job. It is threatening the issue of poverty. But another thing, we are going, because right now there's a cap on accommodation. Very soon there's going to be a cap on tuition fees. I will get to a point where they are talking about accommodations for NSFAS. Very soon there will be degrees for NSFAS students. Very soon there will be universities for NSFAS students. Because if we're not careful, the universities are going to adjust their admission criteria and then prevent
I must
NSFAS.
help you, SG. Maybe you go to a church of Bushir, but
Yeah.
let's not talk about things that don't exist. Let's go to the point we have a time problem. So let's go to issues that we want to address.
Yeah.
Not things that don't exist. Caps on, we don't have those things, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. I think I would like to indicate that the reason why we are saying so it is because we sat in one of the admissions committee's meetings where admission processes of the universities were being discussed. And then such conversation, they came in those committees. Of course, they did not pass, but they did come. That is why we decided to touch on it. The issue of the cap is not a new thing, honorable members. It was there in 2018, but the cap was highlighted it was kept at institutional rate, which means if UCT has this accommodation and it costs 70,000, private landlords, they cannot charge more than that. So that is how it used to be. And then everything was at institutional level, NSFAS took everything. And as students, we are not, we don't care where the process is held, but as long as students receive the funding that they deserve. 2023, NSFAS introduced two things. They said that they are introducing the CAP, but also taking the accommodation providers to Competition Commission Act. Even now, we are not sure what happened to the Competition Commission Act complaint, which as students we will fully support, because the high cost of student accommodation, does not only affect NSFAS students, but it also affects self-funded students. So we believe that maybe NSFAS should have started with going to Competition Commission Act before introducing the CAP, and then take it from there. And then they said the CAP at the time, it was placed at 45,000, and this was based on the study by the World Bank, IFC 2021, and then this study divided student accommodation to 3 tiers, and then they said that they are using the second tier of 3,000 to 4,500, and then anything other than that, it was a premium package, and then I will get into why that is a little bit of a problem. Taking an average where they put the CAP at, we don't think they consider the fact that the same kind of accommodation that maybe in Bloemfontein can be 4,000 rand, you might find that in Thando it is 2,000 rand. The same accommodation in Claremont can be 7,000 rand. So they don't, because now those exemptions, they matter. Another thing, there is this thing of students of NSFAS should stay in what they call the medium package. But how many beds are available? Because we have 5,000 students of NSFAS at UCT. And then let's say medium package beds are around 800 of those beds that are available. I'm just making an example. Then we still have to cater for around 4,000 students. So they should have been that study to say, okay, there is this beds that NSFAS students can stay at, but are they enough to accommodate all NSFAS students? So another thing, UCT does not have what we call a clear student neighborhood, where you can say this is a student accommodation area, let's put a cap, whether you adjust to the cap or not. Because landlords, they do not reduce their prices on the basis of the cap, because they can just decide that we're not accepting NSFAS students, you either take our prices or not, and then that's it. Another thing, the NSFAS decision in 2023, they said landlords are refusing to reduce their prices. But like Prof. Ramugonde indicated, some of these accommodation residencies, it's difficult to reduce their prices because you need to convert a single room into double room to make sure that you keep the same rates. You need to get rid of stuff. So it's a tedious process, and we feel that unfortunately the students, they were the ones that are bearing the cost of that. The reasoning behind the cap was that people are inflating their prices. And if that is the reason, we recommend that we exempt all university-owned residences from the cap. Surely there should be another way to deal with universities that are inflating their residences instead of students incurring the debt. We understand the rationale behind the cap. That is why we also suggest that they should review the cap to account for different regional market rates. For an example, it's very difficult to stay in Claremont. It's very difficult to stay in Rondebosch. So the cap should take into consideration those nuances. We also suggest that maybe there should be a review of the current NSFAS model and then come up with a model that is able to cater for everything, but also regulate student accommodation costs in a manner that the students, they do not become a sacrificial lamb between NSFAS and accommodation providers. So the SRC remain committed to engage with all stakeholders to ensure that we transform the University of Cape Town, we enhance the academic excellence, and also ensure that there's inclusive space for students. We also call on this portfolio committee to intervene on the NSFAS accommodation cap because it has catastrophic effects on institutional stability, but most importantly on student success. To end, we put on this slide some of the students that had to go into crowdfunding because of the NSFAS accommodation care. What is of concern is that we put 20 stories there. Out of those 20, surely around 16 of those students, they were unable to get the necessary amount of money, even though they opted for crowdfunding. And we plead that just because there's one student, that this one student represent a family, there's a lot of people behind this, and we really ask the committee to go through the stories, and hopefully an intervention will be made. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much. I can guarantee you, SG, you'll also have a lot of questions from members. Workers? If you can load the presentation of workers. Do you have it? Okay. Who's presenting? You can present from there. Is it this one?
Thank you, Chair. Lentlo kaofela. My name is Tsibo Ditabe. I'm going to be representing the professional administrative support and services staff. We are 3 unions. I've been asked by them to share this presentation on their behalf. UCT, as you know, has another union, the Academics Union, that had opted to have a separate presentation due to different interests.
Yeah, let me just warn you, that doesn't happen. Yeah. When you ask you to do one presentation, you'll do one presentation. And if you decide you don't agree, then you will then share the 10 minutes that we give you. So because you have 4 unions, we can decide each gets 2.5 minutes. So you get 7.5 minutes and they'll get 2.5. And I don't think it's something that you want, but we don't do individual presentation. That is why we call it labor presentation. SRCs in most instances, it's a combination of different political organ or formations. When they appear before Parliament, they know if the president is SASCO and SG is the student command or the youth command now. They don't do 2 presentations. They do 1. So I saw your 2 presentations. We had said 1 presentation and you guys are going to do that, or you are going to share the 10 minutes.
Chair, I'll proceed with the presentation. I do not know how it will go further from that, Chair. So we are DITAU, Democratized Transport, Logistics and Allied Workers Union, National Education, Health and Allied Workers Union, and UCT Employees Union. Okay, how does this work? Okay. Okay. Okay, this is, apologies, Chair. So, amongst the challenges that workers are experiencing at UCT, we have a few of them briefly here. That management has proven a pattern of signing collective agreements and just abandoning them. We go into bargaining and then there's no follow-up or completion of such agreements. We also agree on policy reviews, and then there's commitment to timelines, but they are never implemented. We are in bargaining with management as per recognition agreements, but we have a management bargaining team that does not have authority to make any commitments. They have to report to their principals and often that results in time wasted in negotiations. To date, unions are still excluded from the University Council despite the conversations and commitment to engage made in the committee, Parliament committee last time we were here. We also note a structural and deliberate inequality between academic and the past staff that we are representing. So these challenges, we will elaborate them in this way. We have signed an agreement with management this February, but some of the aspects of these agreements were shortly reversed even before the ink was probably dry. We have a collective agreement that was signed committing UCT management to include an executive level participation in the bargaining process. This would have been consistent with the academics union where they have an academic who is an executive member in the bargaining process. The idea to have an executive is to ensure that there is a form of authority and commitment in the bargaining process. After bargaining, unions held a demand review meeting with management and raised more than 15 outstanding issues. To date, none of those issues have received any feedback or response from management. Management has agreed to policy reviews, made commitments to timelines, but all of these lack implementation. Since COVID, we've been talking about hybrid work or remote work. The night shift allowance matters are still outstanding, and the acting allowance that needs to be reviewed. We have past staff that have experienced waiting periods of more than 3 years without any actions being taken on these agreements. In terms of a collective bargaining agreement, UCT is obliged to meet with the unions on a quarterly basis, but this has not happened to date. Another matter we to highlight is a lack of promotion policy for past staff. Unlike the academic staff that have got a structured ad hominem promotion, past staff have no such policy. Academics have a clear and transparent career advancement pathway, but permanent past staff do not have any policy, permanent, interim, or whatsoever. Despite this being identified by UCT, that staff promotion policy as an employment barrier in the employment equity plan that is dated October 2022, 4 years later, there's still no promotion policy in place. In August 2025, unions formally notified UCT that the promotion policy must be implemented within 6 months and that a failure would constitute unfair labor practice. That did not move management at all. We formally identified internal barriers in terms of Employment Equity Act that directly impact and prevent promotion of past staff, but UCT has ignored our input as well. The only promotion available as a staff member is that you either get another post at a higher level or you leave UCT to go seek employment elsewhere. Our colleagues in the academic space enjoy a structured promotion pathway as stated, but we don't have. Our colleagues are promoted while in their current role, even though there's no vacancy, through their add-on process. The add-on process means that a promotion is created without a budget provision, which is what we always hear. While a past staff member must first give up their job just to have a chance at advancement. There's no conversation at all when it comes to academics in terms of budget. Perhaps this is an issue that we often raise, that management primarily comprises of academic staff. We also note that management is changing the COO position to an academic as well, reversing it from the previous, back to the previous DVC role. The CEO position allowed the university to get a professional to address operational issues at executive level, while the academic executives focus on their portfolios. Unless an academic has been a past staff member before, they have no idea what it feels to be a past staff member at the University of Cape Town. The Deputy Minister has emphasized the need for the university to look at transformation strategically, and we hope management has heeded the call. The SRC has also alluded to the lack of upward mobility, and the proof is not just in the pudding in this case. Staff also do not get the promotional opportunities because studying at UCT as a junior staff is not celebrated since there's no active support. We stated that unions are not represented in council. This is despite a directive from the previous engagements at Parliament that management must meet with unions to deliberate on the union representation on council. Comrade Chair is here, he can confirm he did not make a move. He was present when that was given and he has never acted on it. Management is asking unions to resubmit reasons for inclusion, but this is just trivializing an issue that has already been resolved here. We are 4 unions on campus. 3 of us are in what we call a past bargaining forum, where only the past unions are bargaining.
Hold on a bit, Honorable Lonzi.
No, just a quick clarity, Chair, and I don't want to forget this because I know we once had this debate with the, I think, University of Pretoria on union representation on council. But does the union mean the unions themselves, or do you mean what is required by the Higher Education Act in the sense that those 2 reps, one representing, I just forgot now, past staff and then other one academics? Or do the unions want something additional to what is prescribed in the Higher Education Act? Because I wouldn't think the university, I don't know, I hope not, but I wouldn't think the university wouldn't abide by the Higher Education Act. I just wanted clarity on that because I know we had a back and forth with UP on it.
You can continue as you answer this one.
Okay. We are not requesting additional. We are saying we want people that will be able to represent collective interest in council. Yeah. So, in terms of bargaining, I'm getting disturbed.
Yeah, we have about 1 minute. No?
Yeah, we'll just run quickly as much as I can. We are saying management enforces a single bargaining unit for us as past staff, while maintaining a separate one for academic staff, creating 2-tier system within one institution. So in one instance, you've got our colleagues receiving favorable increases or even being in salary bands. That is 75th percentile for academics and 60th percentile all jobs market for PAS. We have been requesting and we are recommending a single bargaining forum inclusive of all unions as an important step in the breaking down of the silos that exist between academics and PAS staff on campus, fostering a more united, equal and inclusive workplace environment at UCT. Another issue that has been discussed or stated at length is the impact of NSFAS on UCT students, or students in general.
No, thank you very much.
Chair, may I add just a little bit, Chair, that despite the issues that have been identified and stated by colleagues and the students here, is that we have another threat whereby students are resorting to unsafe means to get income, such as I wouldn't want to say prostitution, but it is a fact. So there is a far more reaching risk as far as students are concerned.
No, thank you very much. The other union, I'll give you 2 minutes. If you can flight their presentation there. You can take this time to introduce your presentation in the meantime.
Just waiting for the slide, Honourable Chair.
She does not have it, no?
May I use this opportunity, Chair?
Come sit here.
Okay. Honourable Chair, I was on my knees now. But
Yeah, I
would
know. I
prefer
don't
to
want
sit,
to.
yeah.
It's as if you are praying to us now. So I want just come sit here. Ubanigile.
Sorry, Chair.
Eh? Okay. It's okay. You can close the mic. We've read your presentation. Okay. Yeah. Are we told enough? Okay. Oh, you're here.
Thank you, Chair. From the Academics Union, following the request from the PPC, we identified strengths, challenges, and made recommendations. From the strengths, in terms of from our membership, we've identified UCT still remains one of the leading universities on the continent with a strong research output, teaching quality. We are also would like to acknowledge the relative stability of the VC and the executive leadership, which we think is important and should be acknowledged. Also, we would like to celebrate a constructive engagement through the appointment of the DVC Teaching and Learning Portfolio. This has been valuable from an academic staff perspective. We meet regularly and engage robustly with regard to the academic project and interactions with management and the challenges. And also we feel that the academic staff and our past staff colleagues who we work closely with continue to sustain the institution under what we would consider and has been identified by my colleagues as an increasingly constrained environment, which places a lot of stress on all concerned. So the key challenges, again, are largely identified by us as resource-based. And this is a sector-wide funding, mostly funding issue, which places huge pressure on the institution. And that it directly has a relationship with workload intensity and administrative burden and constrained support staff capacity. So that means that there's more work, less staff, or less ability to be able to do the work, which places more of a burden and stress on the existing staff. And as well as the digitization of the university space has increased administrative complexity, and the systems that we have are probably finding themselves. And so there's an increased inefficiency in general that we've acknowledged as the institutional systems, which we're trying to work to resolve. We also wanted to identify the ability to, I'll see the slide, the ability to recruit and retain outstanding scholars in scarce and specialized fields, which is something that my colleagues also addressed is important to us. And then the balancing of national transformation imperatives with the need for international competitiveness. Our recommendations from the Academics Union were to protect the institutional stability, collaborative governance, to streamline processes and improve the operational systems, to reduce unnecessary workload burdens, strengthen support and administrative capacity, sustain investment in the academic project and staff development, and then to prioritize staff well-being, retention, and organizational effectiveness, and then finally to focus on the long-term institutional sustainability and international competitiveness. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. If you can put the IF. and one of the co-chairs of IF will lead us.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon once again to all the honorable members. Chair, you know, the nice thing about being a last born is that there's some privileges. So I would just like to ask that the Chair extend some grace and exercises some leniency when it comes to the time there. But yes, thank you so much for this opportunity. Yes, I will be speaking on the behalf of the Institutional Forum. Now, the role of the IF was a significant point of reflection for myself, not only because of having to prepare this presentation and having to assist members in contextualizing the existence of the IF at the University of Cape Town, but also for me as a new member of the IF. Establishing the role of the IF is an exercise that the Institutional Forum recently undertook with much greater detail and much greater commitment, and that culminated to the drafting of our terms of reference, which I will speak to in just a few moments. But just to summarize it, the role of the IF is to really just advise council on issues, several issues that affect the university, as contemplated in the Higher Education Act as well as the statute of the university. And these areas of advice are listed on the slide as the implementation of the Higher Education Act, race and gender equity policies, senior management appointments, codes of conduct, mediation and dispute resolution procedures, and finally institutional culture. And this really has to do with the promotion of tolerance and respect amongst members of the university community, but largely also ensuring that there is an advancement of an environment that is conducive for teaching, learning, and research, which are the core business of the university. The IF's legitimacy is grounded within several pieces of legislation which I've already indicated. But the beautiful thing about these pieces of legislation is that they outline very important things. The first being that the IF has a proactive mandate. And so it is a statutory body that is not merely there to act passively or to be a passive respondent to issues of the university, but one that is active in identifying gaps and weaknesses in policy and identifying concerns around institutional culture and finding ways to address those. But also, what these pieces of legislation also establish is the relationship between the Institutional Forum as well as Council. And what they also outline is the need for Council to actually engage with the views of the IF. And I will touch a little bit more about this later. I'll now speak upon the composition of the IF. Part of this exercise of establishing the role of the IF was having to have greater appreciation for the diversity that exists within the IF. As you can see on the slide, the IF is composed of a total of 30 individuals, 10 from students that are elected by the SRC, 10 from recognized staff bodies, 10 that are recommended by Council, the Senate, as well as the Office of Vice Chancellor. And from all of these constituencies, there is an IF co-chair that is nominated. And so that would be myself. The other co-chair would be Mr. Atabile Nonguba, and the third co-chair would be Mr. Jack Rousseau. The importance of this diversity really speaks to what the IF's role is, right? Which is to center university engagement in a particular space. And the IF does a really good job at this. It serves as a central hub for views and ideas that live across the various constituencies that are found at the university. Now, this entire exercise culminated to the drafting and approval of the terms of reference, which was done last year in 2025. And ultimately, what these terms of reference allows us to do is that it allows us to have a greater appreciation for our role as IF members within the institution. There's key things that I'd like to point out regarding the terms of reference. The first is that they outline the IF's proactive role, ensuring that the IF is not merely there to just approve things, but they are actively involved in what happens on campus. The second thing is that the terms of reference make provisions for the removal of non-active members. And what this does is that it strengthens the effectiveness of IF, ensuring that members who are and sit on the institutional forum are there and committed to doing the work. The third is that the terms of reference strengthen reporting lines to and from council and highlights the obligation for council to respond. Given its proactive mandate, council cannot be given the option to opt out of listening to the institutional forum. And this is what the terms of reference highlight, is the need for council to actually engage with what the institutional forum says and also give responses where council disagrees or decides to move otherwise. But the last, and I think is the most important, is capturing dissenting views and advice to council. And this is particularly important because when council needs to make a decision, it shouldn't be that the advice that is given to it is just the advice of majority of the majority views that are expressed in the institutional forum. But council must be given an opportunity to engage with several views, even those that are minor within the institutional forum, before they make any decisions. And the terms of reference allow for this. We'll now move on to the state of affairs of the university, and this is really centered around the scope of the IF. And so in the first instance, the senior management positions. So the IF is responsible for reviewing recruitment and selection processes of senior management positions. And this is quite important, and it means that the IF plays a significant role in maintaining the stability of the leadership of the university, which is important for the university to do its business and to do it well. The second layer to this is ensuring that steps are taken to achieve equity targets when appointments are made for senior management positions. And this shows IF's commitment to the transformation objectives of the university. In the past 2 years, these are some of the senior management positions that these are the appointments. You will note there's the Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, we have Executive Directors, the Deans, as well as the Director of the Graduate School of Business. And this really speaks to that top layer of leadership having had maintained stability over the past couple of years. When it comes to race and gender equity policies, the Institutional Forum has two substructures, the first being the Employment Equity Forum, and the second being the Transformation Forum, which I will also speak on. With regards to the work that the Employment Equity Forum has done, in the first instance, it has provided oversight on the drafting of the Employment Equity Plan, ensuring that there is alignment between that plan and sectoral targets. In the second instance, there was a new employment equity standard operating procedure that was incorporated into the recruitment selection policies, which was quite an important addition to the selection process. But what I also want to point out, and I would want to agree with my colleague on the need for clear career and succession planning for past staff members. The institutional culture of an institution of higher education and learning should include clear developmental pathways for all members of the university. And so I would just like to emphasize on that point. With regards to the work that the Transformation Forum has done, the Transformation Forum recently endorsed the gender equity policy, but also underwent a review of the anti-racism policy, which is expected to prompt the development of an overarching discrimination and harassment framework. Now, I guess the work that this particular forum does in terms of looking at gender and also looking at race and racism really speaks to the intersectionality that exists between these issues, particularly when looking at an institution like UCT, which is, well, historically white. We can understand the need to sort of monitor these particular aspects. When it comes to institutional culture, there are several issues, but the main ones I'll just highlight here quickly. The first being student protests. There has been a repetitive pattern of student protests over the past couple of years, particularly at the beginning of the year, and this is regarding fee blocks. Of course, and this relates to student debt that affects self-funded students and NSFAS students, as articulated by several members here today. Without sounding like a parrot, but I just want to emphasize the need for an intervention to be made regarding this issue, because it is quite concerning. Another pattern that we've noticed is protests that are related to GBV cases. While these may not be a lot, but whenever they do erupt, they speak to a greater call for responsiveness to this particular issue. And they speak to a greater frustration within the country around what is being done to curb GBV and GBV instances. The other issue that I want to raise is the issue of disability inclusion. While there are several efforts that are being made from the institution, people living with disabilities still find it quite difficult to feel accommodated at the institution. Our main campus is on a mountain, and so you can imagine the issues around accessibility that exist. But this isn't just also about physical accessibility, it's also accessibility when it comes to learning and learning material and so many other things. And so there is also a greater need for there to be interventions made so that people living with disabilities can feel included in the higher education space and on campus. Finally, I want to just touch on inclusivity and culture change. The culture change program that we have at the university aims to cultivate an inclusive environment at UCT. And so this really speaks to what is being done to ensure that there is culture change at UCT, given its historical context. And some of the work that's being done here includes unconscious bias training, peer support for racial trauma, anti-racism policy education, and team culture interventions, which really trickle down from top layer to faculties to departments, and that really helps to effect culture change at a lower level where it's needed the most. In light of all of this, we would like to recommend some interventions or some recommendations that we feel can help take the university forward. And we've addressed this to several bodies. To the Department of Higher Education and Training, once again, we do need a serious intervention with the NSFAS issue. We need the establishment of a sustainable model for NSFAS from the leadership, but also from the processes and the operations of NSFAS, but also a review on the NSFAS accommodation cap, which, as has already been stated, causes quite a big problem for the university. Oh, sorry, Chair, my slide is not moving.
It's an indication that time is up. Let's just conclude quickly.
We're almost done. We're wrapping up, Chair. To the university management, we want to see more increased efforts towards disability inclusion for the reasons I've already stated. We want to see more mental health support for both staff and students, but we also want expanded initiatives promoting social cohesion and belonging. And all of these are really speak to the kind of university community we are trying to achieve and the kind of campus experience that we want all members of the university to have, which is of belonging. And finally, even to ourselves, we have some recommendations. We want to strengthen our monitoring mechanisms on transformation to ensure that transformation objectives continue to be met and achieved. And also we want to strengthen our advisory role to council to ensure that we continue to bring the most pertinent of issues to council's attention, and do our constituencies well in representing them and representing the issues that affect them. Just to close off, Chair, we continue to recognize that UCT remains a prestigious institution, but of course, even with greatness comes some challenges. We have highlighted several of these, including student financial exclusion, institutional culture, disability inclusion, and transformation that do require our sustained attention, not just as the IF, as the portfolio committee, as the department as well. As the institutional forum, we remain committed to advancing an inclusive, equitable, and accountable university in fulfillment of the Higher Education Act. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, IF. I think you have all responded, and I will give members to ask questions. I hope you'll write members quickly. Who's moving for the adoption? 23, 29, 30 April. '23, 29, 30 April.
Chair, on 30 and 29,
Yeah.
I want to adopt, but just a few things to fix there.
Yeah.
On the 30th, when we're speaking about vacancies in the sector, I think DG will remember, we spoke about NSF.
Yes.
And the Auditor General was also there. And I think the response of the DG was that they've asked for more material or something like that, and once they've got it, they'll come back to us and resolve that. So I didn't see it reflected in the minutes, so if that can be reflected, because I've got about 400 trainees, DG, who have not been paid by NSF, and the AG
Yeah.
did make, but okay, let me not go into it, it's
Yeah,
fine,
please.
it's fine.
Yeah.
And then on the meeting of the 29, the meeting with the minister, is that it's correct that we had said we must then hold a meeting to speak about the conflicting versions of the statement between the minister and the board members. And then I think we had said we're going to do that the following week before we start, but I know we didn't have time. So it was just an appeal that maybe between yourself and Anele, we can just get a day for that. And then on the meeting of the 27th of May, I think that was the meeting with USEF and the TVET organization. We'd firstly asked the TVETs to give us the information for the other 30, because only 20 TVET colleges gave us statistics about their student debt. And then I think we asked USEF, Prof, you'll remember, to differentiate between the student debt of current students and the student debts of students that need to graduate. So if we can just reflect that on our minutes, if that's the case, I adopt all three minutes. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. We've covered the issues that we must include there. Who's seconding those ones? Okay, corrections.
I've sent in my corrections. I think it's put on our group now, Chair, with corrections just with regard to the 29th. The NSFAS Chief Executive Officer position, the members also expressed concern about NSFAS being placed under administration for the third time. And then also we spoke on the dissolution of the board related to governance disputes, but that has also been added. That was on the 29th. And then, Chair, there's just a few other smaller issues on the 29th of April. I think that we just need to fix there. For example, on page 1, Honorable Govana is incorrectly reflected as a DA member, unless she has crossed the floor. That should reflect ANC. And then Zondo from the IFP appears to be both under present and apologies. And then also on the 30th of April, Honorable Gagau's surname is spelled incorrectly on page 1. And then again, Govana and Honorable Low is also there. They've also defected to the DA now. They should reflect as ANC. And then just on page 3, Strategic Plan 2025 to 2030, and not to 20230. And then just the draft minutes of the 13th of April. It should read, except in criminal proceedings. So just a grammatical issue there. And then also, Chair, throughout the minutes, your initials appear to just change inconsistently. Is it WT, let's see, or TW, let's see? they can just change that. Just something I picked up there.
After the corrections, you second with the corrections. Okay, Honorable Khakha.
Thank you, Chair. Asiba King, I'm a very neat person. I don't like looking clumsy in front of people. And so ordinarily when I ask Chair that we deal with household chores in the absence of visitors, I'm avoiding this because it looks like we don't even know how to type properly our own documents. But there's just one thing that's missing. In addition to the additions made by Honorable Christians on the NSFAS, the inputs that were made on the NSFAS model itself and what it's supposed to look like, that's not captured. We have not agreed as a committee, I know, because you don't agree with the DS model for NSFAS, it's fine. But
I don't agree that NSFAS must be scrapped.
yeah, no, it must. Okay, we'll have a different conversation. This is the whole point. This is the whole point. So, but each and every political party's inputs must then be recorded as inputs of members in the same way that Khakhao's inputs are indicated as Khakhao's and Lonzi's inputs are indicated as Lonzi's. They can still be tagged underneath the individual member as inputs made separate from resolutions. So I think that part is still missing about, and specifically the part speaking of the decentralization of the administrative functions to institutions and the role of National Treasury in dispersing funds.
The minutes as they were adopted by Honorable Lonzi with their corrections, seconded by Honorable Christians with their corrections. There's a report, the draft oversight visit to UWC. Members were there. It was myself, Honorable Souls, Honorable Msezane, Dr. Christians, and Honorable Khakhao. The oversight visit to UWC. Any corrections? No corrections. Who moves for the adoption? Honorable Msezane.
Angbong Eslalo, I move that the report be adopted.
Who's seconding? Honorable Christians, Honorable Khakhao, Honorable Koike, the first. It's only you guys who can second. It was only you guys who were there.
I was about to second, Chair, and then someone is fighting for no reason. Maybe you should strike him off the roll. I second, Chair.
Thank you very much. The report is seconded. We'll go to questions. In the committee, you have the EFF always fighting with the PA. And that is what Honorable Soul speaking about. I must strike him off the roll because the case of Julius Malema versus Kenny Kunen was struck off the roll yesterday with cost. So the underground language that is being used here, it's there. So, but you know, most both their presidents are people of Polsmo. So they are fighting for territory, who belongs to which gang. The president of PA comes from there 20 years. President of Loans is going.
Not in our lifetime. Chair.
Okay, no, we'll see. So they are fighting their territories about Polsmo, who's going to run it. Members, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, okay.
Chair, sorry, man, you're out of order.
Oh, I withdraw.
My president is not fighting to control Paul's ball.
Yeah, he was fighting to be
He's
the
done
best.
with prisons.
Yeah.
He's now the best minister in the country by popular demand in 2024.
Yeah. 12 minutes each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is this the sound of this phone is not too loud? I don't know why. Do you have because I left my other phone in the car. So, okay, I'll start with you. 12. 12 minutes. Uzongibona ka i-clock.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, let me firstly extend my deepest condolences to the university community, the family, loved ones, and friends of Mlingani Matiwane. I remember Mli as a very vibrant shutdownist who contributed very immensely towards what UCT is for many students today. I was sad when I saw he passed, but then I also shared a laughing memory at the same time internally, because I remembered that I'm going to see Atabile Nongluba today, and remembered that after the elections where I was dubbed president, they could not believe themselves. They couldn't believe that they had spent 2 years shutting down the institution only to lose to a Karabakh. And I laughed because I remember the conversation I had with Mli. Mli was clear about his politics, their politics, but at the same time was always a warm person who was committed to self-identification at all costs, an advocate of just being a human being and being the best you can. And so may Mli's soul rest in peace, and may we all find comfort in knowing that at least Tibo Pilong, we can all point to what Mli did, not only at UCT, but the communities in Tselong Horona Phela ho tsona. So let's first deal with this. Chair of Council, can you take me through the Council resolution to boycott Israel? What informed it? How did we get there? Chair of Council, Wenanda Terence.
What informed the resolution? It started with the resolution that was adopted in the Senate. I'm not sure the resolution explicitly talks about a boycott of Israel. I think.
What is your understanding of the resolution?
It talks about collaborating with Israeli tertiary institutions that either are supporting actively or are complicit in supporting the IDF in its war on Gaza. That is how I understand the resolution, and to the extent that our academics or some academics may also in turn have relationships with those institutions. For the record, as I understand it, the resolution itself has in fact not been implemented. The VC is sitting next to me, I think, because Council, of course, adopts resolutions, but its implementation is left to the executive. And as I think from the last time, some committee in Senate had been appointed to look into or to consider the implementation of it. So that's how the resolution came to Council. Council debated the issue, took all the relevant factors into account, including a loss or potential loss of donor funding. When the resolution was adopted on the 24th of June, I think 2024. 22nd of June. 22nd of June. Yes. So that was the debate, and after the debate, there was a vote. It's normally by secret ballot, and that is how the resolution.
Okay, I have 7 minutes left, so I think I've captured everything that I needed from you. The reason I'm asking is because I'm satisfied with your response to say the implementation is nowhere near starting yet. But my concern is students have raised that there is student funding that the university has lost from particular donors. As a result, there are students who've been disadvantaged by the decision. So where I'm stuck, and perhaps the Vice Chancellor can come in here, where I'm stuck is understanding the relationship between the resolution, its inaction, and the loss of donor funding. Because I respect fully and 100% without question individuals' rights to associate the way they want to. I also appreciate the brain power that is UCT and its academics and the role that they play in any and all discourses, domestic and international. But what I do have a problem with is if an institution takes decisions that have a negative direct impact on students' ability to not only access academic freedom, but also to exit academically, to exit an academic institution without any impediment. So I need to get from you, Vice Chancellor, what the chat there is.
You know, sorry, VC. The overriding...
Dr. Aransa, I directed my
Sorry.
question to the Vice Chancellor.
Sorry, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khahau. Yes, indeed, there has been an impact on student funding because some donors do have a strong feeling in terms of the position that the university has taken. You'd know that the issue of UCT is a place where historically there is contestation, including people who support Israel and people who support Palestine, and also our donors and alumni community is also sometimes aligned like that. So as a result, we have lost funding for students, and it has had any impact. And these are all matters that, as the chairperson of council indicated, were discussed at the time that the resolutions were discussed, but the impact has really been severe. Council mandated us as management to assess the impact. We did that. We reported to council.
Do you mind sharing the impact?
We could. So basically what we were asked to do by council is to indicate what the impact has been on student, on funding. So we lost about 200 million that was basically given to an institute for neuroscience at UCT. We also lost about 50 million rands in total from various donors. About 50.
Also, order, hold on. Sorry, ma'am, can I call you to order in the absence of the chair? No, this is not your meeting. If you need to have more information, you need to conduct yourself orderly. I'm not going to be disturbed from my job because you want to howl from the gallery. That's fine. I heard. Haibo. So you said 200 million for the neuroscience
Institute,
and then 50 million?
About 50 million for
Yeah.
from various donors,
Yeah.
and a large part of that was a donor I'm not going to mention the names of the donors, but a large part of that, about 15 million rands annually, was basically for bursaries for students.
Okay.
So all of that was lost in terms of new funding. They committed to funding students who were already in the cohorts that they had committed to, but they started funding them more directly rather than funding them through
Through the
UCT. But they
institution,
did
yeah.
not take on new students.
And then how many students did all those millions affect?
I don't have the exact number, Honorable Chair. I can give that to you. So we probably have to take not only those that were funded by this particular donor, but the others as well, and give you the total numbers.
Yeah, thank you for that, Vice Chancellor. That's a problem for me. It is a problem because your number one responsibility as an institution is to ensure that students come in, study, get out, get jobs, the economy grows, and that they live their best lives. That they're able to afford cars, they're able to pay lobola, and they're able to buy homes. That's your job. Any and all decisions that you make cannot sideline that fact. You are more responsible towards advancing the academic project of South African students before you are responsible for having a say about what's happening in Gaza. Academically, you can reflect. It is your job, I understand. And human beings have the right to be human beings and associate with whoever they want to, and if they want to protest, they must protest, it's fine. But none of that must stand between a South African's child, particularly a poor South African child that depends on funding's ability to access education.
Okay, let's.
So, I have
What's
2
the point
minutes.
of order?
No, Chair, with the greatest respect, but I think this is a total distortion of global solidarity. Because if someone were to look at the history of South Africa, part of what assisted us to defeat apartheid was global solidarity, even from universities that are in America, that are in Germany, that are in the UK. So I don't necessarily want to get into a debate with Honorable Kaukau, but it would be unfair to the university to say that by demonstrating global solidarity, they are reducing their mandate of serving students. It's incorrect. It's a distortion. I thought I must make that point. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, so also to be fair to the university, it was not the management of the university that took this decision, it was a council. And yes, and the statement of the university to those of us who read it was mostly on the destruction of institutions of higher learning in the Gaza and the killing of teachers, lecturers, and all of that. They said that is what they are fighting. The statement is out there. And the second part is what Honorable Lonzo is talking about. I don't think this democratic parliament, we must make a statement that says if there's the Parliament of South Africa went to ICJ, the Parliament against genocide, and we then vilify the decision of council when they say this is international solidarity we stand with, and then we say we vilify them. I don't think that is correct, that we must take that posture, especially in Parliament. I think politically, because we've got different political views, we can make those statements, political statements. But when we are in a parliament that is in South Africa, I don't think we must even put doubt in the minds of South Africans that this is a democratic house. So maybe let's refrain from entering those spaces because people will voice their own, then will not like them. You know, that's just a dangerous place for us to enter there. So I think Honorable Lonzo is correct to make it as if the university was wrong or they neglected their academic agenda just because they had a view on international solidarity. It's not fair, and maybe let's refrain from doing so. Honorable Khaga.
Chairperson, I don't know where this culture comes from.
Chair.
We don't have to agree on everything and anything every member says. We don't generally agree. But it will not start today that when an honorable member of parliament has views that they present, that there's somebody else who has a point of order, because equally, the thing you're starting now, I can easily do tomorrow and have a point of order on anything and everything people say that I don't think makes sense. The bottom line here is, and I'm very clear to say individuals, and I respect the fact that UCT is an academic institution, which has the African and global brain tank it has. So that I do not have a problem with. I also respect 100% human rights of each and every individual students and staff concerned. My problem, however, is under no circumstance can solidarity with anything and everything cost the South African child's ability to study. That for me is a problem, because the number one mandate of UCT is not beyond your job to your ability to produce papers and to show that you are in line with whatever discourse. Your job is to make sure that a South African student can knock at your door, study, and to make sure that you do everything in your power to protect that student's ability to study. And so if a decision that you take threatens the funders of a student, to me, it says you have the responsibility as the adult to balance the equation. Balance the political equation with your core mandate of funding students. And that for me is what I think you could have done more work, Chairperson of Council, in correcting. Moving on, because I only have 1 minute left, no, 2 minutes left. So the student accommodation cap, this is why I asked for more minutes, Chair. The student accommodation cap, Deputy Minister Dube Ncube. Again, we don't agree. Between yourself and I, the ANC, the EFF and I, do not agree. I've, since the previous administration, made examples of the fact of the university I studied at, to say accommodation in Rondebosch, in Claremont, and even here in the City Bowl will never be the same as accommodation in Brandwag, in Bloemfontein, because of the cost of living in the different metros. And so it makes absolutely no sense for the department to force property owners to pay bonds that are, to pay back bond prices at a rate that is less than what they are charged. When I, as a property owner, go to APSA and say, hey, give me a house, APSA tells me how much I'm supposed to pay. Equally, when I rent out that property, I rent it out on the basis of knowing how much I need to pay back. That is just one factor, forgetting the other factors of municipal rates and all of those other things. But there are like 3 other things I wanted to speak to, but because of time, I'll stop there.
No, thank you very much. Who said you must open the mic on all Msazan? Okay. No, the issue of accommodation cap will enter into that part. But the reality is, even when you compare Cape Town to Cape Town, it did not make sense. We said, I'm telling you, in 2023, I was part of this committee. We told you about, what is this place? Observatory, where your student accommodation is, and the student accommodation at the time of CPUT. The same, literally same suburb. No, I'm telling you, same suburb. We went there ourselves. We don't speak from reading things on newspapers. We went there. Actually, Honorable Lonzi made an example 2 weeks back on the same thing. Gave you, and I hope you'll get those names of these residences, because they think we read these things on newspapers. Because this is reality. You pay the same rates. So you can't say in the same street, your one is 9,000 when the opposite, they charge 6,000. You said the student life. I looked at your slide. Less than, I don't know how many percent is that. 2.5% of your total budget go to student life. It's 21 million or so of 900 million. 2%. Because the argument Yusuf makes is that, yes, residences can look the same. They can be in the same area. We can pay, but the difference is student life. I waited for this presentation. Today you presented, it's your presentation, 21 million goes to student, that's what you are saying. So student life is the difference. It's 2.5%. On your presentation, there's no need to shake your head. It's 2.5%. So where is this amount coming from? You lease. Let me tell you, the people you lease from, we go to the same churches with them. We meet at establishments. Some of us go at night because we do research. So we research how young people behave. So when you see me at night, it's not that I'm going to drink. I'm doing research. I want to look at human behavior after consumption. So it's part of my research. We meet with them there. And reality is their prices become ridiculous because some of your people want energy drink and cold drink from these people to accredit them. This affects. So this argument of a cap, actually I'll come very disappointed that students will sit here and not even one say. Because on the slide there, you say 2-point-something billion comes from subsidies, government subsidies. Government subsidizes education. At UCT, 2-point-something billion. Not even once we have said, why is government subsidizing this? And then we want, through some corrupt people in the system, we want to collapse the state by saying the state must not have this thing called a cap. We must pay 16,000 for a bed. Eh? No. No. Even if it's 7,000, 9,000, it can be. For a you are making education a commodity here. A social good called education. You are making it a commodity. Because I can take you there where you are at Observatory. The street after where you have got shops, there's commercial places. It is actually, rent per square meter is actually cheaper for people who are working than students. And tell me, how is that a commodity? We are making, the argument is good. We know we want students to stay in student accommodation because the stats shows that those who stays there pass or finish their degrees earlier than those who don't stay at student. We know this fact. Because if I come from Guguletu and at home I stay with my cousins and we're 7, it means some of us sleep in the dining room. So I don't have enough. For me to study, I must wait for everybody to go sleep. It's not a conducive place for a student to do well academically. But what do? We make it extremely expensive. You've got buildings leased from, what is this? Public Works, government. I'm sure those ones should be the cheapest. I will tell you they are not. Because you want to make this thing a commodity. Why would, no, Kuri DG, it can be. And the argument that we are hearing, everything, no, yeah, NSFAS cap is killing us. Where? When we want to make this accommodation an exclusive for the few, it's, by the way, we are making an argument, DG, that this actually is a tactical exclusion for the poor. Because government says, this is how much I'm willing to pay for tuition and residences. But I'm giving you a subsidy on the side, subsidizing education. UCT says, no, you can give us subsidy, but you can't tell us how much you must. What are we subsidizing? What are we subsidizing? No. So we will have a conversation, honestly, with yourselves about this matter, because we don't think we're reading things from the same standpoint. We don't agree. So the issue of the cap, I'm still coming, with my questions to you. DVC, because I've got plenty of them on this issue. Honorable Msezana.
No, ngibonga sihlalo. Mhlambe ngiqale ngizethule ukuthi Honorable Msezane of this portfolio committee, I apologize for being late, Chair. The traffic these days here in Cape Town is doing wonders. I'm not sure, maybe those governing are very upset. I think it's deliberate, so I was late due to traffic. I am the member of this portfolio committee deployed by Mkondo Wesizwe Party. Maybe, Chair, I'll try to be also precise because time is very limited. My first question goes to the DVC academic and the Vice Chancellor. I noted in your slides, I can't remember the number of the slide, but it clearly indicates that the percentage for success rate of undergraduates, particularly African nationals, native Africans, is very low compared to all other races that are there. And there's a significant decline that is noted for 2021 and obviously slightly going up at 2022, but still very, very low. What is the cause for this low success rate for African students? What has been done to change this, particularly as it should relate on your transformation agenda as UCT? That's my first question. That is to you, VC, and the DVC academic.
Honourable Chair, through you, if I may respond. Thank you. Honourable Member, yes, you have identified a particular dip that took place in 2021 for all students, the post-COVID dip as we've termed it. On that same graph, I hope you will also have noticed how over the last few years there's been quite a significant recovery in success rates and across all groups. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that and also identify some of the things that we're doing to address some of the issues that you're referring to. In 2021, the point that you identified there, the difference between this is for the overall undergraduate pass rates for courses. The difference between the African colored and Indian group, if you cluster those together in the white, was 15%, and now in 2025 it's 7%. So there's just to indicate there's been a significant change in the differential between the two, but also importantly, what has happened is over that time, the increase in the success rate of courses from in that African colored and Indian grouping from 2021 to 2025 has also increased by 12% up to 89% now.
So can I just interject you? You are the DVC academic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my question was very precise. Now you're going to other places where I did not ask you, and I have very short time. So in all the groupings, I'm not a person of graphs. I did try maths to a particular level, grade 11, I believe. But I'm not a person of graphs. But reading that one is very simple for me to interpret. The African students are below all the other groupings according to this graph, unless I'm reading it wrong. Maybe you can assist me. So I'm very intentional about my question on what is the cause for the African child. What has been done to assist them as it pertains to your transformation agenda, unless in your transformation agenda you're not looking at how you can improve the success rate of undergraduate in African students. So could you just be precise so that I get to my many other questions?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, I'll return to that directly. So as a consequence of the Rose Must Fall and Fees Must Fall protest that took place at UCT, the Curriculum Change Working Group was established around 2017, 2018, and a very deliberate plan was set in place from that moment onwards to address exactly the point that you are talking about. And we as part of our Vision 2030 agenda, there was significant funding that was made available to faculties to identify areas that can be improved to ensure that our students, particularly our African students, are able to be successful in their studies. And if you'll allow me, I can talk to one or two specific instances where we've made interventions that have been particularly useful. Honourable Member, can I do so? Great, thanks. So, of course, this is across the different faculties, and I'm going to talk to just a handful of them, because I know you have limited time. But what I do want to just talk to are for example, in the Commerce faculty as an example, one of the significant issues that we've got, particularly in the large quantitative subjects, are students entering these subjects when they're ill prepared. And so we've developed quite a successful self-assessment tool for students to really be able to understand whether they're the chance to be successful. That we're using a significant number of curriculum interventions. For example, in civil engineering, there's a complete change to the curriculum to embrace the notion of locally relevant examples, project-linked learning, etc., to enable students to be able to be successful. And particularly to your point directly, I'm wanting to talk to specifically about two projects in the humanities faculty, which I think will identify exactly the kinds of interventions that we're making. The first is the integration of the Kanisa courses into the departmental curricula, and I really just want to highlight this. So what we've done is these courses are pedagogically enriched and decolonial first-year courses, and they've been directly integrated into the curricula. And they use content that engages students' diverse life worlds, foregrounds, African locations, supports academic literacies. It very importantly includes multilingual and digital pedagogies. And so you can see this is just an example of the kinds of things that we're doing to really try and influence or impact on all our students' ability to be successful, particularly those of our African students who as you identified earlier, have not been as successful as their white counterparts. But I do want to just once again re-emphasize that gap is closing quite quickly. And from 2021 to 2024, you would have noticed on that graph the narrowing of that gap, specifically as I identified earlier on in my response. Honourable Chair, I can continue, but I don't want to take this honourable member's time unless you'd like me to dig deeper into that.
No, it's fine, TVC. Let me put it to you and the Vice Chancellor that I'm not convinced of what you are saying. Firstly, you mentioned, if you could just switch off your mic, you mentioned the curriculum, I think, design, as you put it. I'm not sure what you are implying on our African students to say that they don't comprehend your curriculum as per the counterparts that are white. Is that your assertion? Because I'm trying to understand, I wanted the cause for which our African students, as these honorable members stop disturbing me on my left, I wanted to understand why or what is the cause for it and what have you done? So now I'm not convinced, and I think if I had more time, we'll really focus on this. You speak about the post-COVID dip in 2021, yet in 2020 there was somewhat an increase in terms of the success rate of the African child. So I'm looking at your graph now, and in all you are saying, they still are below all the other races in your institution. So in all you've said, I can just put it to you that I'm not convinced, but I think, at another time, maybe in writing you could write to us as the portfolio committee to make us understand, because I'm particularly interested in why a black child does not go beyond, because if you speak about success rate, it means that they don't graduate, or they don't graduate in time. And then when you mention the curriculum, I think you just took me off route. But let us pause it at that, and obviously I'll request through the chair that you give it to us in writing on what is the cause and what you've done to ensure that at least they get beyond the threshold to finish line. Let me then deal with the issue of foreign nationals. This is a very concerning and topical issue that we are currently observing and dealing with as a country. The presenter was presenting on foreign nationals, professionals, was clear. I'm not sure if she said it as means of appeasing us as the portfolio committee as we speak about foreign nationals having to provide scarce skills as per legislation. But the presenter was clear that they are providing scarce skills. So I just want the presenter or someone responsible to put it on record that all your academic staff as presented are providing scarce skill in the institution. I just want that on record. then we'll request it to be sent to us as a breakdown of the work that they are doing. And obviously, if they possess verified work visas for those particular skills. But I want it on record.
We'll put it on record, Chair, and we'll provide the information. Thank you. The Honorable Member Msezane is requesting that we put it on record that the academics that we employ are providing scarce skills.
All of them, VC.
So the question is, not only academics, it's all your foreign nationals who are working at UCT. How many are they? Almost 900.
Yeah, about 20%, yeah.
Yeah, about 900. So are all of them possessing or in critical skills list and having legitimate work visas? That's the question.
Okay, let me ask EDHR if she wants to tackle that, but I had understood the Honorable Member to say that he just wanted to confirm that that's what we said and that we can provide the details. But to your question, I'll ask EDHR if she wants to address that.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. I did note the request for us to give formal feedback on the academics, so that's noted. When it comes to the PAS staff category, mostly our PAS staff, as I had presented, is South African workforce. There are, of the foreign nationals, what is important to note as well is that we also have a scarce and critical skills list. And yes, some past staff members form part of that scarce and critical skills. There are, however, historical issues that we are dealing with. A small proportion of those, Honorable Member, are not on the scarce and critical skills.
Sure.
We have a plan in place to deal with that aspect. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair. So my problem is, you see, even in school, teachers used to applaud me for listening and passing. When I was absent, I did not do so well. But when I listen attentively. So when you presented, you said, the academic staff that we have that are foreign nationals are providing scarce skill. So I wanted to confirm, that's why I said to the Vice Chancellor, I want the Vice Chancellor to confirm and yourself that those that you account for as academic staff are providing scarce skill. Therefore, you will then be able to provide to the committee the number of these academic staff, the work that they are hired to do, which you're saying is their scarce skill, and their verified work visas. Now you are changing your presentation. That is not what you said to us. You said to us what I'm saying, though, and you said in line with our international policy. Vice Chancellor, if you could just get in, if I'm misinterpreting the presenter's sentiments on this matter.
No, maybe let me defend there. The Vice Chancellor did indicate that all of the academic staff are providing scarce skills. Now, and I came in and I said, all foreign nationals. So she's responding to your question was responded. I think even when she started, she said, all academic staff are critical skills list. But I said, are you saying everybody, including past people? She's saying only a small portion. But she's saying this small portion is legacy or historic issues. It's not issues that resurfaced now. That's what you are saying, right? So the question on academic staff was responded to. Where they've not responded is the issue of legitimate work visas. Are you saying this critical skills list have these legitimate papers VC maybe wanted to get in, or her, I don't know.
Thank you, Chair. On the question of legitimacy, in terms of working in South Africa, we do ensure that people who work at UCT have valid papers, valid work permits to be able to work within South Africa. Where perhaps there may be instances where a work visa expires, we deal with that on an individual basis. But in terms of how we operate, we need to make sure that people who work in South Africa have valid papers to be able to do so. I hope that answers the question. And as I say, where maybe, you know, there's no, it expires, a work permit expires, then we have a process of how to deal with that. And that is dealt with on an individual basis, which is not the case, which is a very, very small number. I think at the moment we're sitting at about 2 of those examples, but overall, everybody who is there has a valid work permit.
Yeah, no, thank you for your response. So, Chair, where I wanted my clarity was on what was initially presented, not the second part where the Chair was then seeking clarity on the question that I had posed to you, because when you presented, you were clear, you did not add that aspect of other legacy issues. So I wanted that clarity, but obviously we'll await then that report in writing. So I was very concerned about the SRC not touching on many other sensitive and topical issues in your university, particularly the issue that I was raising on the success rate at undergrad level of African students, and amongst other issues. But I just want to get a response from yourself on the issue that I think is a point of contention for you in your university as the SRC that represents students there. Why do you insist that the university-owned residences must be exempted from the NSFAS cap?
Okay. I'm not sure if I can continue to answer, Chair. Okay, thank you. So the reason behind this is because the Chair indicated maybe St. Peter's, Hope Square, Rochester, Caseville. As the SRC, we've also engaged with these universities. With St. Peter's, at the moment, it's above 70,000 rands. It is a shared room, unlike Hope Square, which is a single room. So we have taken all those things into consideration. Taking it into consideration, we felt that we need to come up with something that the students are not going to incur debt. That's why we're saying exempt university-owned buildings. And then if they're inflating prices, there should be a way that the department, the portfolio committee, or NSFAS, they hold these accommodation people into account. For an example, in 2023, NSFAS promised to take them to Competition Commission Act, which we support that stance. So our position is to try to come up with a situation where a student is not going to incur any shortfall, they're able to register and they're able to do their postgrad. So that's our stance. We want a solution that students are not going to owe. Thank you.
Chair, maybe as a parting shot, because this one would take forever if I have to follow up. I think you'll do justice to this particular point. I just want to get from the university. So there is list, in your presentation, there is list accommodation, there is NSFAS accredited accommodation, then there is university owned, which the SRC is saying must be exempted from the cap. So I just want to know from a person responsible for accommodation. So when you lease an accommodation, you make the terms as the university to say, we'll give you a contract based on these conditions, including the pricing. So why do you not, when you obviously issue invitations and conditions to giving a contract, ensure that those that are getting contracts are within the NSFAS cap? And please don't give us this, you won't get accommodation, because this is a very competitive space, and we know that there's many empty buildings that would want to take in students. And based on your your conditions that you put when you are issuing contracts or interest, you may
Thank you
be
very
able to
much.
put in the
You've made
conditions.
the point.
Thank you, thank you. Firstly, I want to apologize, Chair, for shaking my head.
No, I understood the neck was
Please.
not, you're not shaking, you're stretching the neck.
No, it was passion in contestation, Chair. Especially the part where you were suggesting that we at UCT are manufacturing residence costs, because that would be a serious indictment. When I listened to you further, you seem to be suggesting that we are charging these fees for a bed, which from my presentation, it was very clear that you will not guarantee student success if you think that student housing is just a bed. And we agree 100% with the SRC on how those who inflate prices must be dealt with. When you compare residences, it is important that you are comparing apples with apples. Not all universities offer what we offer as UCT as a one fee if you're staying in a residence. Sometimes you have extra costs that are not communicated and the student only finds out when they arrive. So Wi-Fi just being one example. We have also become aware that universities cross-subsidize residences. So it's not enough to see residences that are in the same suburb, because universities whose residences for students are 100% in that one suburb will not be able to cross-subsidize from other residences that may be in areas that are affordable. You've spoken about the 21 million going into residence life. That's the amount that is handled by students themselves. We take student leadership very seriously, including managing budgets. UCT is one university where you won't hear of festivals on weekends, where you have DJs playing for whatever hours. We have students who think very carefully about entertainment that is fitting with a learning and living environment. So we have these house committees curating activities that allow for students to have a social life. But that amount would come to zero, nil, if not supported by staff. And the bulk of funds that support our residences go to staff. Because to learn how to budget properly, you are going to need that administrator in a residence who takes students through how to manage budgets and all of that. And like I said, we insourced at UCT. Insourcing means we also pay attention to staff development. So when you say we must reduce to the bare minimum, you are throwing away staff, including students, staff who are mentors and tutors to support the academic project. Now, in terms of contracts that we sign, leased accommodation, as I indicated, there are very few in our space. We have the bulk, and we really, if it were up to us, we wouldn't go anywhere else. So we have 2 residences in public works and 3 in leased private accommodation. They obviously have to look around and see what others who are in business are able to offer to be able to fill their beds. I mean, we have currently one leased residence that is not full to capacity because students have a choice and we're not going to stand in their way. So we have to sign contracts that are viable for those private accommodation providers.
So,
What we
hold
insist
on.
on are the minimum standards, including Wi-Fi. Thank you.
Yeah, so you're saying other institutions don't have, because that's part of the norms and standards. So when you put student accommodation, you are obliged to have security. You are obliged to have Wi-Fi. So all other residences have got the same issues. So the rest I stayed in 20 years ago at Piers Langa residence at UKZN had an RA, residence assistance, which is the staff. We had security. So all other, what you are telling me, I've not seen something exceptional. Why must it be expensive? You are saying to Honorable Mr. Yes, we advertise, I'll give you VC. Yes, we advertise, but we don't determine the price. That's what you are saying to me. You're saying we must be competitive to those people. It must be, that's what you are saying. Sazana says when you apply, when you advertise to this, to accredit this, why don't you, if you are really serious about the cost of these young people, students who are unable to progress and register without signing AODs and not, signing AODs and all of that, why don't you, when you advertise and say, at least accommodation here is going to be for NSFAS students. And because NSFAS pays 6,000, the highest you are going to charge us is 6,000. If you really care about this NSFAS student, because when you have NSFAS students, realities, government has done an assessment and government says, from birth, I've given this child a grant to say their parents don't afford. When they go to university, the government says, I'm going to pay accommodation, tuition, personal care, living allowance to this child because they don't have anything. And if you put them in accommodation, because they're desperate, they come from Bloemfontein, Northern Cape, they come from Soweto, they come from all different parts. They have nowhere else to stay. They are going to stay in this expensive accommodation because they have no choice, literally. So you can't say it's their fault they're staying there. Why can't you, when you advertise for these leases, to say, because of this problem, that you and NSFAS and the department must resolve as parents, yourselves, because we have not resolved this problem, let's not put these kids in debt. That's the whole argument here. Because since 2023, I can ask you to give us how many leases have you signed with these people. You have signed new leases at these exorbitant prices, knowing very well that these students who don't have money to pay this gap will suffer.
So, Chair, we prefer that students stay in our residences. That's also NSFAS policy. Campus residence is a preferred option. We don't want to even lease. Thank you.
No, you do have leases. You have signed leases. After the cap was introduced, you have signed leases. And you have signed leases that are above the cap. And you have taken NSFAS students to go stay there. It's yourselves who have done so. So whether you want students to stay in your residences or not, it's neither here nor there.
If there are residences within safe community environments where the shuttle can reach them, what will stop us from looking at those as options, not as first preference?
Did you hear what I'm, no, hold on.
I'm hearing.
I'm going to, you are making me lose my temper, and I don't want to lose my temper. Trust me, I know how to lose temper. I don't want to.
Can I intervene, Chair?
Yeah, but I'm saying, you have signed leases after 2023. You have signed leases after 2023. The leases that you have signed, you had advertised them yourself. The same ones you signed, you advertised them. The question is, if you care so much, as you claim here, about these students, about the gap, NSFAS gap, why when you advertised, did you not say, I'm not going to lease accommodation that's above the cap and I put students in debt? Because your argument earlier on is that if we don't give them, they are going to take private students. Let them try. And let's see if they are going to survive, those business people. But you have signed a lease that is above the cap. You have put NSFAS funded students in the accommodation that is above the cap. So yourself, you have played a role in indebting these kids, yourself. And I'm asking, that's the question from Honorable Msazan. Why did you not determine the price? If you care, if it was me, let me tell you, if it was me, I would have said, SRC, let's sit down. We've been leasing this 2,400. It's leased and accredited, 2,400. This 2,400, they are going to be less than, please speak low, Honorable Christian. They are going to be for NSFAS accredited or NSFAS funded. If we care, we could have done so. And the point is, you have not done so. Yes, VC.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, with respect, the conversation is becoming a slippery slope that I think we need to just be careful on how to address it. Let me address the point that Honorable Msazan is making in terms of the negotiation of terms with the private owners. I think that you are right that we choose who's going to be a service provider to us. There are certain standards that we want to have met. Within the university, we ensure high standard at a cost that you have seen. You may disagree that that cost for university owned is higher than CPUT or someone else. That's fine. But we can demonstrate to you that we don't make any profit from it. No profit from it. All of it goes into the services that we provide to the student. First of all, please do not pit us against other universities. We want to build a PSET sector. We want to make sure that our students have conducive learning environment. So we ask that you allow us to be able to set that standard in what we provide for the student that we believe is conducive to their learning. If we don't do that, you're going to come back and say, why are the students living in residence not passing? When the graph shows that they are not performing well. So we ask you to work with us to be able to determine that standard of the quality of living for residences and make sure that the cost at which we pay there, it is meeting that standard and there is no profit to it. It all goes into the services. When we go to list properties, we want to make sure that that same standard is met. Unfortunately, that same standard that we have in our residences in leased properties is going to come at a slightly higher cost than we have, which is also one of the reasons why the student leaders are saying, actually, let's make sure that we privilege university-owned residences, recognizing that we don't have full control over private residences. But the standard has to be the same. We can't have one student living in a university-owned residence having a different standard compared to a student who is in a privately owned residence. Now, we can go into the details of how that works. The areas that we are working, operating in SUCT, it's easy to say that you can determine the price and all of that. That's not how the markets work. So I want to ask that we be careful in how we handle this topic, but also I want to ask that we do not come here and come across as if we want to imply that other universities are offering less services. We want to offer a full package of services for the students, a full package of services. So with due respect, Chair, I just ask that on the accommodation cap, you may defend NSFAS. We don't agree with NSFAS. NSFAS owes us 540 million. That is due to us. They do not acknowledge that debt. And if it comes to a point where we have to debate the matter in court, then let it be. But right now, what we want to ask is, let's make sure that we put the student in the center of this, and we try to focus on the struggles that the students are facing because of the student debt. And last time we agreed that we want to have a collective way of solving the problem. We are trying to be reasonable, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we can provide the standards of services that we seek to provide at UCT. Thank you.
Yeah, well, we don't agree. Honorable Cesar.
No, thanks, Chair. I think maybe as well as just my parting shot as well on the matter since the Vice Chancellor has come in.
I thought you were, no, you did not.
No, Chair,
Stop
but this
being
was my
disruptive.
point, and I'm asking for your indulgence.
No, stop being disruptive. Honorable Cesar, continue.
May I beg your indulgence, Chair, because this is the point that I had raised and it's not satisfactory. Just want to make a short point in a minute or two at least. Chair, you've made a very, very crucial point. Some of us studied with NSFAS with no one at home to support us with even 200. We have students now that are troubling us because of these additional monies that they incur in residence, that they can't even see their results because they're incurring debt. So the Vice Chancellor says we must put the students at the center of this argument. We are, in fact, as voted members of parliament, putting poor students at the center of what you are doing, regardless of you making profit or not. You make the conditions of a leased residence. NSFAS has a budget in which they can fund what they are funding. So what you are saying, the surplus cannot be then incurred by a black poor students that cannot afford to pay it, either or, because if we look at these numbers, in fact, Chair, in writing, if the university can give it to us from 2023 to 2026, the numbers from the 3,000, which is close to 16 or 18,000 now, that would have incurred a surplus of debt due to this practice. How many of them have graduated if they having to have paid the following year to register because they have incurred debt? So we are putting students at the center, Chair, and you are rightfully emphasizing this point because we're not going to agree with UCT in making their services the best in the country, if we're not comparing, obviously on the point, but we are at the center of saying a poor student cannot afford to pay the surplus that they incur through this practice. That is my parting shot, Chair.
Yeah, we'll come in, VC. Let me tell you. I know I've noted your DM. It's not true that, DG, we must not compare universities. It's not true. Housing everywhere else, they go through such a thing. So you are telling us, because you want to bring this issue that you understand to be the best, you can charge students 16,000 and we must not ask. I refuse. I would be failing in my duties as a member of parliament, voted for by the people of South Africa to fight for their issues, if I agree with that view. I disagree. And I'm not defending NSFAS. It's a wrong perception. I'm not defending NSFAS. Because The argument here can't be that we must not have a cap. Anybody can have set a price of anything, and then no one must ask a question. That can't be. That can't be. We want students to get the best out of their residences, of course. That's what we want. But to tell us that because we want that thing, don't ask questions about how much one must pay. Don't compare us to people next door. But the argument that was raised earlier here was that the price in Bloemfontein will not be the price of Cape Town. We're telling you in Cape Town itself. It's not you are above what others are charging. You know, when you speak, we don't disrupt you. You were complaining that Honorable Lonzi disrupted you. No, but you are answering my questions. No, but Honorable Kakao, you see, this is the second time.
I do not mind you
Yeah,
being
but you are answering my
frustrated.
question.
You
You are
are
answering my question.
in the same way that you
No,
do.
but who said you must
Mara
pay?
ya hore o tlo re nxa ho nna ko mametse bona na ke tlo thula ko shebele, it's not going to happen. If you want respect,
So
you're
you are
going to
going
give
to
it.
continue?
Chairperson. O tlo re nxa ho nna in
You are
front
going
of the
to con-
Republic and
you are
expect
going
me
to
to be
continue.
quiet.
You are
You
going
can
to
be
continue.
frustrated, upset that people don't agree with you.
Deputy
It's
Minister.
fine, but you're not going to do that to me.
Deputy Minister?
You started it today.
Continue.
Ke tlo rwa ka hosane o e amohele.
Yeah, Chair, I think I just want to put the other perspective that the House, the members of the committee, but also the university must understand that when we look at the amount of money that we are spending, at the moment we are spending, as a country now, we are spending more for accommodation than what we are spending for academic, as a country. If you look at the budget of NSFAS, we are spending more for accommodation. That is why the president made a call to say, build your own accommodation, because you cannot, this is unsustainable. But the unfortunate thing now is that there is this double dipping that is also happening, where you build your own accommodation. Even after you've built your own accommodation, you even still get charged even higher than even when you build your own accommodation as a state. So it is a discussion, Chair, that needs to happen. But I wanted to get a clarity on the presentation, because I heard the presenter was saying they've insourced the accommodation. And I was happy to hear that the accommodation was insourced. But then I got worried when I hear that just because it's insourced, then it had other elements then that really worried me in terms of how then it gets to be administered, just because it's insourced. But the other point that I really do want the university also to take into cognizance, we have to compare with other institutions, but we also have to compare with other service providers. I mean, I was showing the DG. Look at Campus Key. Look at Rise Student. Look at Dix Connect. Look at various other, they are all lower than what the UCT is providing. Look at what they are, also look at the standards. So I don't think it's fair when we raise these issues to think that we are saying perhaps we're saying they should be lowering the standards, or we are we do not understand what we're talking about. It's the same standard, but we are saying, let's understand also where we're coming from. We're coming from the point that say, the fiscus can only go so much. And the fiscus is saying, you've got an amount of money that NSFAS is saying, these are the students that are deserving to be funded because they are poor. And we've discussed this matter, by the way, with Yusuf. And at the discussion with Yusuf, I remember University of Pretoria even said to us, no, where they are charging more, they pay that money as the university. They make up for that deficit. And we said, okay, we are fine with that. If you can make up for the deficit where you are charging more than NSFAS, we're okay with that. But where the university then is dumping that problem to the student, the very same student who cannot afford, that is a problem. Because where are we then going to be getting that money to the very same person who does not, who was funded because he does not have anything? And it's a discussion that none of us can run away from, but also as the country, we need to confront and say, does it make sense when we are not able to answer these questions ourselves as a leadership?
No, thank you very much. Deputy Minister, I'll give you now VC. You want to respond to this one? I want to apologize for saying, let's respect each other, colleagues, assembly. Yeah, shoot is sorry. No, I've apologized. VC.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, I also don't want it to be misunderstood that we are saying that there should not be a cap. But I think that in as much as we have a responsibility towards our student, and we do, we also have a responsibility towards the sustainability of our institutions. If the expectation is that where NSFAS has a cap, the difference must be carried by the university, then if University of Pretoria can afford it, that's fine. We cannot afford it. We cannot afford it. And if that's the expectation, then that should also have been considered and factored in the model that has been built with NSFAS. I don't necessarily want to start criticizing the model that is NSFAS. But I think that we must all acknowledge that we have a problem there and we need to sort out. The risk that we have is that we, as my DVC indicated, we now run the risk of reversing the gains of transformation. I can tell you that. If we as an institution are going to have to make the decision based on the bottom line only, as NSFAS is doing, I can tell you now, it will reverse the gains of our transformation. So it's fine. Let's get to that point where each and every one of us is looking out for themselves. Then we are going to find that the outcome is going to be negative for the students and for the country. So let's not go down that route. That's why I warned earlier that it's a slippery slope in the way we are having this conversation. I do want to say that the question you raise of saying that why are we not putting NSFAS students in one residence or specifying for NSFAS students? We tried to avoid this as a university. In 2024, when I joined UCT, I sat in a budget meeting, and one of the discussions was exactly about this. Because of the cap, why don't we place students in residences that cost less? And we are UCT. We have a very diverse population. We've got people from very different backgrounds. If you're going to take certain students from a certain background and put them all in one residence, what are you creating? We're talking about inclusion, we're talking about non-discrimination, we're talking about transformation. We have to consider that. We talked about having to balance the scales. We are trying to balance the scales. It will work for me if all of the students went into a residence that costs 60,000 rands and the difference I have to pay per annum is only 10,000 rands. It'll work for me from a financial point of view because the minimum is going to be 60,000 rands for me. So, but it's not going to work for the students in the long term and the kind of environment and development that we are trying to put in place for our students. We want our students at UCT to graduate having interacted and mingled with people across the socioeconomic scale that we have at UCT. So we tried it, and we even did a survey in 2024. Many of our students at that time did not want to go to relatively cheaper residences, even within our system. It was only when they were applying now in 2026 that we started to see a trend of their own choosing, some of them going to those residences. But as I say, we now have to think about what the consequences of that is going to be, where certain students from previously disadvantaged background are all concentrated in one residence. All of these things are considerations we have to think about. We are not just looking at the bottom line, we are looking here for holistic development of our students. So I want to ask that as we engage in these conversations, we don't make statements that are going to be about all or nothing. Balancing here is critical and it is difficult. No sweeping statements. I'm worried that if we speak here and in front of the public and imply that there are certain things that are easy about any of this, I can tell you there's nothing easy about this matter, whichever way you look at it. So I want to ask that we work collectively to make sure that we get to a point where we can find a reasonable solution that balances the interest of NSFAS, the interest of the university, the interest of the students, the interest of the sector and the public as a whole. Thank you.
Yeah, must I give you your time now? Or it's a point of order? Okay.
I hear the VC, thanks Chair, when coming to say that we should work together, but earlier VC was coming gun blazing for NSFAS and speaking of the inabilities. And we are well aligned with the engagement with the VC, but it must be consistent as it brings about these submissions. There might be issues, but NSFAS is catering the poor of the poor. And NSFAS is dealing with the disparities that we are confronted within the country. So it shouldn't be about when it suits the best and then others might not be, because we'll have a problem. We're confronted with a problem in Western Cape, not only in their institution, in institutions where there's speciality in terms of issues, how they're dealing with them. Thanks.
Honorable Lonzi.
No, thank you, Chair. I don't think I'm going to spend much time on the accommodation point. We did touch on it briefly with Prof when he was wearing the USEF hat. I think it's not a UCT specific problem, Chair. It's a sector-wide problem. And I think the people who must bear the responsibility, in my view, is actually the Department of Higher Education. Because the Department of Higher Education is the one that has the responsibility to educate young people in South Africa. And the Department of Higher Education must have one lens when it looks at a South African student. That's why last time we made the point that a student that comes out of WUSU must, if you are leading a country A student that comes from WUSU must not be different from a student that comes from UCT, must not be different from a student that comes from UP, must not be different from a student that comes from Forte, if you are as a department. So I think the department really needs to sit down with NSFAS as well as USEF and try to find a long-lasting solution to this. Again, it's not a UCT problem. UP has the same problem, University of Stellenbosch has the same problem, and many other universities in the country. I think the principle that all of us must agree to, and maybe here is to really to speak to the management as well as the council, is that, and the ministry, when we agree that someone is an NSFAS student, that's why part of the requirements of NSFAS is that if you're on SASA, automatically you qualify for NSFAS. I think the principle should be, if we move from that position and then we're saying we're going to fund the education of this child on the premise that they are a SASA recipient and NSFAS student, it becomes very unfortunate then that at the end of the academic journey of this person cannot graduate, not because they are academically inadequate, but they cannot graduate because of financial reasons, which all of us agree are not of their own doing. It's one thing if someone was failing and then they didn't pay and all of that. It's another thing when you've got someone who has excelled for 3 years, for 4 years, has done nothing wrong, and then when it's time for them to graduate, they cannot graduate. And irrespective of our different views, we all agree that that is not the fault of that student. It's the fault of the department, it's the fault of NSFAS, it's the fault of universities, it's the fault of parliament, it's the fault of all of us not being able to find a solution that works for everyone. So I think on that, I won't even be going back and forth to ask questions because we did speak about it last time, and I think really the department must make it a priority, Chair, to try and resolve this problem. When the DM was speaking earlier on, maybe CFO you'll advise and you can respond in writing because we don't have much time. She mentioned some findings in the audit. So it was just very briefly that whether or not the university has taken the necessary steps and how far we are on resolving that process. Because I think besides that, generally the audit findings of the university were very positive. It was just that area, and I was hearing it for the first time. Yeah.
Through you, Chair, and thank you, Honourable Member, for that question. The finding that was referred to is in relation to conflict of interest, where the university enters into transaction with member of staff who have to declare. What we are comforted with is that those transactions did not result in any fraught instances, but from a legislation point of view, is that the declaration needs to be done. This is a work in progress that we are working on as a university to improve on our staff members having to make that declaration of interest. It's an ongoing matter. Thanks, Chair.
No, thanks, CFO. And then, I mean, on student debt, I know this is a very contentious issue. We spoke with Yusuf about it last time they were here. And I always have this debate with CFOs. I think we did it with the CFO of Nelson Mandela University as well. That when we classify certain debt to be falling under the region of irrecoverable, almost admitting that, you know, we've tried very hard to get this money and we're not necessarily getting it. I wonder what benefit does it have to the university to still insist on withholding the qualifications of that student? Or is the reasoning that through withholding this qualification, it will insert enough pressure that someday this person will feel that maybe I need to go back and pay because the university is holding this qualification? are there no other, in my view, and I know Prof differs with me, I view to be punitive, but are there no other non-punitive measures that universities can use for debt recovery, which are not centered around this one that involves withholding the qualifications and degrees of students?
Through you, Chair, thank you, Honourable Member, again for the question. So you are right in a sense that initially when we put this in place, it was a debt collection mechanism that has served us for a period of time. Is it a sustainable way in terms of the issues that you've raised, in terms of students accessing the markets? Although we have processes that enables that within the university and also with the markets for students to be able to find employment, where we actually do provide the qualification for students. What we've seen to address this issue is that there is an opportunity to re-look at this process and actually think of other mitigations, such as collaboration with SARS as a partner, where we can look at opportunities of debt collection and re-look at this. So it's another area that we're looking at as a university.
No, thanks. And I mean, I was making the argument, I think it's with Youssef, when the Prof was representing Youssef last time, that I think universities across South Africa should probably look at other less punitive ways of pursuing debt recovery. Because we can all agree that it is this degree and this qualification that gives our young people access to the job market. So when you then say, I'm going to withhold this key that is supposed to go and open employment opportunities, and I'm only going to give it to you when you pay me, then how exactly is that young person expected to get a job and therefore have an income? So I think it's a long overdue discussion, but at least Youssef has shown its commitment to that. And maybe this one is on the Chair of Council, maybe my second last point. I didn't want to speak about this, Chair, but I think some of the points that were raised by Honorable Karabo earlier on trigger us to speak on this so that we don't send out a message we don't represent to the public. According to my understanding, that resolution deals specifically with IDF. And some of the forces there, military forces, which are engaged in what South Africa is fighting in the ICJ, and not a wholesome boycott, even if there are progressive people in Israel. If you are from Israel, we don't want to do it. I just want you to clarify that point, Chair, so that we don't leave this meeting with a different view of the position that was taken by the university.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Member, you're right. It's linked and related entirely to the activities of the IDF and the war on Gaza and the genocide that's been committed there. The resolution is founded on the values of this university. Of course, money plays an important role. But if I may just take the opportunity, Honourable Karabo, to also contextualize it. The 200 million, one, it was over 10 years, 20 million a year. The first 20 million was spent as agreed between the donor and the university. It was entirely on the Neuroscience Institute. It did not involve any student funding, and as far as my memory serves, the entire donation is not it's not to do with any student funding. Please also, our CFO is here. Our donor funding had actually increased since 2024 by over 11%, although the number of donors have declined. And it might presumably, or maybe one can safely assume, that some of those donors who have withdrawn or no longer donating are opposed to the Gaza resolution, but that is the context. So yes, it is linked to IDF activities. And there's a view that it's got nothing to do with academic freedom, that our academics should not engage in activities or associate them with activities directly or indirectly that contribute in some way or other and become complicit in that war. Thank you.
No, thanks. I thought that was important to clarify, Chair.
Sorry,
because-
Chair, just honourable member. Chair, I did put in a request yesterday to be excused because I've got in fact, one of these matters, these CAF matters, may impact on one of the participants in the World Cup. So it's quite an important disciplinary hearing. There is the matter of union representation, which
Oh, I was coming there.
as
yeah.
as chair, I would address. We do have a formal response which can be made available, but the bottom line is we are meeting on Saturday. Our position has been that not unions but employees are represented, academics are represented, and there are 2 other PAR staff representatives, and they sit on council. Council is not a constituency-based council. In other words, you don't come there like in Parliament. When you come onto the UCT Council, speaking for myself and 4 other, we are nominated by the minister, by the government. We have to act in the best interests of the university. And to come back to the donor issue, that's very interesting. By far the biggest funder of our tertiary institution is the state, is the government. When this Gaza resolution issue came up, I never received one phone call, one email, one message from the government or from a government minister or from the state to say, don't forget, we are fighting a case in the ICJ. It was left entirely to your discretion as a council member to make a decision that you thought was in the best interests of the university. And collectively, because it is based on majoritarianism, the majority of people decided in favor of the resolution. So we must also respect that part of our governance structure in all our universities. So there is a formal response which we can make part of the record, but in summary, that is it. We're meeting on Saturday. Thus far, we comply with the Act, with the statute, in terms of employee representation. If union representation is going to be direct on council, it will require an amendment to the statute and to our own internal statute, and that will then engage other constituencies like the institutional forum, like our convocation and the Senate and all other structures with universities. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think the chair did it on my time, Chair, so please be a little bit lenient. I think that's what I wanted to advise the unions, because the request of the union, in my view, was not grounded in the Higher Education Act, because the Higher Education Act speaks of academic staff and non-academic staff. I always make the joke that to a certain extent, by the way, the Higher Education Act does not even say SRCs must deploy to council. The Higher Education Act says we want student representative to council. So if the Prof Musa were to wake up one day and say, we're going to have 2 elections at UCT, one election for SRC and another election for student representative, that would be well aligned with what the Act says. I think the request the union can make, because there are some institutions, I think SMU, UP, that bring union even at an observatory status, or give them more biting power at the bargaining forum, because I heard they spoke about bargaining forum. I think those are some of the demands that the union can try to appeal to the university to make. But to suggest that a university council must have every different union, I think it would be very destructive, because in some universities, you've got 6 unions, you've got 7 unions, you've got 5 unions. does that mean now each union must bring one, and all of them disagree ideologically? So I don't differ with what the unions are saying, but I think their request to the university can be reworked so that it's grounded in the relevant legislation.
Chair, just a clarity from the Chair of Council. Are we to present our proposal at the council meeting on Saturday?
That's when we leave the meeting. I'm saying when we leave the meeting, the chair is going to leave now. We've granted him permission to leave. So when he leaves now, just follow him quickly and then address each other there. I think those are internal. This is where, Prof. Mosa, you ask for internal, for us not to enter. You see, those are, you wanted to respond to?
The registrar has been engaging with the unions and who's going to be at the meeting on Saturday.
Okay, no, it's an internal issue. You'll deal with it now. DG, I'll give you before we close. No, before we close. Honorable Souls? Yeah.
Chair, I thought I would make an input earlier. That was before the DM made the intervention
Are you on student accommodation?
on student accommodation.
We'll come there. I'll give you definitely before we close.
All right.
Yeah, I'll give
then
you.
I-
I'm just worried.
Okay.
Some members have got earlier questions. We've got questions to the ministers of the social cluster.
All right.
Some of them, their questions are on top of the order paper. So I need to release those ones at least. So let me ask them to first ask their question. You'll come, DJ.
Okay.
You'll come.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, number 2, ne? Yeah. Honorable Souls, yeah, maybe let's give you the. Yeah, you can go first.
Thank you, Chair. I think I just want to briefly go back to the accommodation debate, and I think it's something that the DG can maybe add on as he will have a speaking chance later. So we've heard the university say that NSFAS owes them 540 million. And I think the VC made it very clear to us that there's a number of factors to play. And you know that it's difficult to make comparisons from university to university. And we understand that. I mean, internationally, that is also a huge debate. Internationally, there are universities that charge more and universities that charge less. Universities that are ranked higher and universities that are ranked not that high. And obviously, that goes together with funding as well. So, and I think quality, as you said, VC, is also imperative in this case. So, Chairperson, I just think that this is a recurring crisis. As we've said, we've seen it happening not only at UCT, but it's across the sector. Student debt continues to grow. Universities are absorbing millions of rands in financial debt, and the pressure is just mounting. So, I think, Chairperson, as the SRC have rightfully said, the SRC mentioned it, the Institutional Forum mentioned it as well. They've said that the funding model needs to change. And I think we are getting stuck at a whole lot of other factors when we are not looking at what the real crisis is the NSFAS funding model. And that needs to fundamentally change. And the university, I just want to get clarity with the university. Do you believe that the funding model as it is structured currently is suitable for UCT? And do you propose that the funding model changes to suit your specific needs at your university? And if so, how do you propose that changes?
In the interest of time, allow me to be direct, Chairperson. We've got about 5,000 students who are NSFAS funded we don't want to see that number decline, and you've already seen that there are concerns. We want to, as much as possible, increase it. If we are going to bring students from KZN and Eastern Cape to Cape Town, we want to make sure that they are housed properly, adequately, and they're not going to stress about that. We would like the funding for those students to cover all the costs, including the cost of accommodation. I understand that there are concerns about rising costs of accommodation and that NSFAS has to carry that. But for the purposes of transformation, if we accept that housing has to be part of the package, then I think we need to carry it. I am very much willing for us to try and discuss the question around with the residences that we own and the costs that we carry, how do we make sure that NSFAS pays for what is used, the cost itself, just to make sure that that happens. But I do think that as far as NSFAS is concerned, it's really in terms of making sure that that funding model covers all the costs, and if at all possible, to reduce a lot of middleman costs that are involved so that funding can flow directly to the students, so that we reduce a lot of overheads that are actually taking away the funds. That's all I will say at this moment. I know there's a bigger problem in terms of having to solve this problem, including the fact that the 350,000 cap has been there for ages and it did not accommodate inflation. And now actually the demand for funding, as the demand for higher education increases, also means that students who are now earning above 350,000 and the 600,000 cap are actually feeling a lot of pressure societally and socially and economically, and they are coming to us as the university to say, why don't you increase the cap? So I would leave it there. I recognize, Honorable Member, that NSFAS has its own budget shortages and the money has to come from somewhere, but it also means that it's possible that if you go for holistic funding model, you may not be able to fund as many students as you would want to. There are all those limitations that we have to consider. But for the students who is in residence, let's make sure that they are fully funded.
Thank you very much. And I think what has come up clearly is that, across the board, that the current NSFAS model is just not working for universities anymore, and that possibly decentralization of funding would be a significant measure actually to all universities to apply to your specific needs at your campuses. And I mean, it's clear to see that it just no longer serves students adequately. I think we leave the rest to the DG to explain to us, because the other thing, of course, is that, we are just not expanding on infrastructure. The DM also mentioned it at length, and I think investing in infrastructure is another huge debate for universities. My second questions there is to do with your transformation. So I think that this is one of the questions that we also continuously grapple with in Parliament is, transformation that is occurring throughout the academic pipeline. Now, when you reported on slide 31, you reported extensively, a detailed demographic breakdown of your employees, racial categories, and so on, colored, African, Indian, white. And further on, that kind of detailed breakdown then falls short. So your presentation then moves into academic progression, and this is where my interest lies, where you've mentioned senior academic levels, professorships, senior lecturers, etc., where your racial breakdown is not so clear. So, and my concern here is that, the aggregation may conceal a very important trend within your academic pipeline itself, and I just want clarity on that. So can you provide to us the racial breakdown of your lecturers in terms of senior lecturers, associate professors, professors, and specifically between African, colored, Indian, and white?
Would you like us to provide it now? Can we send that detailed breakdown to you, Honorable Member?
Is it not something that you have readily at hand, that you...
We have the data. I just want to make sure that the EDHR is pulling that for us. Apologies for that.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We do have a breakdown. My suggestion would be that we submit it in detail because we have aggregated in terms of African, colored, and all those categories. We can provide it in written form, if that's in order.
No problem. You can absolutely do that. But with the information that you have in front of you, if you have a look at those figures, what would you say, at which academic level does that transformation begin to slow down?
That transformation, Honorable Member, starts slowing down, especially at the senior levels. So I'm talking professor level, associate professor level. That's where we do have a gap. And we've got transformation initiatives. For instance, our academic transformation program that's actually aimed at bridging those gaps. So at the lecturer level, we can see even with that, although I've noted that you've said we need to disaggregate the data, but just across in terms of black category, at professor and assistant professor level, there's a lot of work to be done from a transformation perspective.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, the concern here is that given your age profile at the university and your current professorship and other faculties that need to have a pipeline, would you say then that you, or would you believe that your current pipeline of African colored Indian academics is then strong enough or sufficient enough to cover your base that is actually leaving the university?
I think this is a very important question, Honorable Member, which we are taking very seriously at UCT. We have a number of initiatives to address exactly that. So the one initiative that has been critical in helping us close the gap that our EDHR has flagged is what we refer to as the next generation professoriate. So these are colleagues who will already be at UCT as senior lecturers and associate professors, where we reckon with the structural barriers that stand in the way of promotion. So it's been very important for us to recognize that the problems don't lie with individuals often. UCT attracts talent. So if that is the case, it should worry us that people are not progressing as they should. So we have initiatives such as this to work specifically with colleagues who should be progressing and getting them to prepare the applications for promotion. We also have the NGAP, which is a national initiative which we're grateful for for those who are coming in as new academics. A structural barrier that we've picked up over the years is that lecturers at entry level often get bogged down with impossible undergraduate teaching. If you are someone who's just gotten your PhD, what is typical in universities that are highly, highly, highly regarded is that you will be given time to publish from your PhD. If you are bogged down with undergrad teaching, where is that going to happen? So the NGAP has given us really an important pointer to the structural barriers we need to alleviate. We also have a program which we call the Emerging Research Program, which is for everyone, because everyone needs support. Because if you really just signal that only people of color, black people need support, you're sending us a wrong message. There are two other initiatives that I'll mention quickly. We have the Employment Equity Fund, where if there is someone that can come in and be appointed at associate professor or professor level, who is from the designated group, an HOD or a dean can write to us in the exec and say, there's this person, great talent, we want to recruit them. Of course, in other words, we're poaching, but sometimes that's what we have to do. Lastly, we have one very exciting initiative which we call the Accelerated Transformation Academic Program, which takes care of exactly what you're saying, an aging population of professors. It's too late to only focus on academic staff. You have to look at your postgraduate students, especially those who are racialized, black, African, black colored. If they can't stay to do their masters and PhDs, and if they have a passion for academia, we want to say to them through this initiative, which we do, that we want you to stay.
Thank you. Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Chair. We had to swap seats. Yeah. I think maybe I should start by explaining that, and I want to emphasize that the commitment from our side for racial transformation is not just one race. It is a balanced approach that we want to change the way we think of racial transformation. So when I hear 20% colored, everybody expects me to jump around because there's an increase. But what I'm actually looking for is, are we moving towards a balanced approach where we look at all of our students as African, you know, where we balance it out. So that's really the core interest, and I want everybody to understand that I'm excited about 20% coloreds as much as I'm excited about 23% whites, 44% black African, and a slight increase for 7% for Indian South Africans. So I just want everybody to have that understanding. And all of them must be looked at as Africans in particular. So, VC, is it true that the number of applications for colored Africans has increased by 5%? Is my understanding of your presentation correct?
Can I take support from my colleague behind me just to confirm?
No problem.
Yeah. I know Honorable Source is detail with numbers. I don't want to get that wrong.
No, I must point of order there, VC. It's actually the chair that's detailed with numbers. I get it wrong. He helps me. Yeah.
DVC?
Chair, thank you. Through you to the honourable member, yes, we have had an increase in applications from coloured students for 2026, yes.
Now, because I'm a bit slow, right, so you must be treat me like an elementary child. So that means that the numbers shows that more coloreds in the race group has now applied to study in comparison to the other years, correct?
Through you, Chair, yes, that is correct.
Is it true that more coloreds accepts offers from the university, firm offers from the university, comparatively to black African students and white African students?
Honourable member, yes, for 2026, the coloured students had the greatest take-up rate, and it was I think it was 53%, if my memory serves me correctly.
Is it true that UCT makes less offers to colored Africans than you do to white and black students?
Honourable member, we have a very rigorous process that we go through in the faculties for offers to be made to eligible students who meet our admission requirements. We don't have any way of making a judgment on a person when they apply. We have thresholds against which they apply for.
Yes, your presentation says the offers. Please just be direct and transparent with me. Don't assume I haven't studied your presentation. So what you do say is that you make less offers to colored students. You've made more offers to black and white students.
Honourable member, yes, that is correct. That's the consequence of, yes,
Yes.
you are correct.
Yes, but now that's the fact. So I want to know whether you understand the impact of that. So you have, in simple terms, you have colored students showing an increase of interest to apply to study. So over the years, we now see more colored students wants to study, number one. Two, you make offers to black and white students more than what you do to colored students. Furthermore, colored students, when you do make offers to them, shows that they are the ones mostly that accepts the offers in comparison to black and white students. But they get less offering. Is that fair?
Honourable member, we make our offers to every student that meets our entry requirements. Every single student that meets that entry requirement gets made an offer. The fact is that there are fewer coloured students who are applying, so as a consequence, there are fewer offers that are made. I think the Vice Chancellor wanted to comment on this. Was that correct, Chair?
If I may, honourable member, just to say that the numbers that you are speaking to reflect the pattern, not necessarily the actions. So you could have a lot more applications, but in that pool of applications, you may find that relatively fewer meet the criteria that needs to get offers in one group, and in another group you can have a smaller group of people applying, but within that smaller group you could have a larger group that actually meets the criteria, therefore more offers. It doesn't necessarily mean that there is any systematic way of segregating. It's just basically how the chips end up falling. It's not action, it's just the pattern.
VC, you're a very smart man. I think you are smarter than me, not even close. But as a not as smart man as you, I want to challenge your reasoning. I put it to you that it's systematic. And I knew that's going to be somewhat of the response because of my experience with Stellenbosch University. So I thought, let me go find a case study so that I prove to you what I mean when I say it's systematic, and I'd like you to pay attention to it and not just brush it over. There is a young girl, she's in grade 12 now. She sent her grade 11 results to UCT. Her name is Cameron Reed, a colored young girl. Cameron Reed is a distinction student. She's an A student, straight A's, maths and physical science. Cameron Reed is the #1 debater in our country. She still holds the national title today. She's applied to UCT. She's applied to UKZN. She's applied to University of Pretoria. She's applied to WITS. She's applied to University of Stellenbosch. She applied to study medicine, first choice, and dentistry. Do you know that all those universities she applied to denied her her first choice, including yourself? Now I'm putting it to you. I'm showing you the case study, and we can test it. She applied, all of the universities denied her to study medicine. They tell her, go study accounting. So here's a brilliant child, having worked all her life to get into university as a colored child. Comes from a poor community. She reaches the top, not just academics, but also leadership, debating, etc. She applies. One of it is UCT. UCT gives her an offer, but tells her, you can't study medicine, you must study accounting. Is that fair?
Honorable Souls, I'm the Vice Chancellor of UCT. And 30 years ago, UCT rejected me for medicine. And I went to go study at UKZN. I did medicine at UKZN. I did my other degrees at Medunsa and Wits, and one at LSHTM in the UK. But when UCT was looking for the next Vice Chancellor, they came to UKZN knocking for me to consider the position. And they did not come knocking once, but several times. So I accept that for a long time, I considered I had a grudge against UCT. And I considered it unfair. I've forgiven them now. I have forgiven them now, but I do think that, I would agree that in the same way that I felt, I would agree that it's not fair. It does not feel fair. Yeah, it does not sound fair.
My VC, my respect levels for you has just increased. That response hits very deep. And this child, there are many of those. And by virtue of the fact that you see what I'm saying, I'm asking you, can we look deeper into the systematic limitations that impact students like this? She will be pushed out of a system, and she's given all her life to this cause. All she wants is to study medicine. She cannot be thrown out of the system as if she doesn't qualify. And I put it to you, I think it is systematic. Maybe you don't have the intention to do it, but because of the framework, it still has the impact. Because this child, nothing else she can do. That's why I always ask in my language, and my interpreter is always the chair. I always ask, wat moet de Boesman kind nog doen? What must the colored child still do? Do I have your commitment, VC?
You have my commitment, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Chair, may I? Last question? Or? Sorry, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I accept the response from the human resource that there's going to be a breakdown given to us, but my understanding is that your use of the term black includes coloreds and Indians, together with black Africans, correct? So, am I correct in reading that at UCT, foreign national professors are more than black African, colored African, and Indian African combined?
Honorable Member, yes, I confirm that. As you saw my slide, at professor level, that's correct.
Do you think that's right?
No, Honorable Member. That is, as DVC Ramagondo highlighted, we are committed to transformation and do want to change that picture in terms of the different programs that have been implemented.
Thank you, Chair.
DG, we are out of time. We do have, at least the first question on us is the second one. It's yours. So it will be around 20 past 2. It's fine. DG, we have 2 minutes, 5 minutes.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I just couldn't keep quiet, and when I think we have such an opportunity to get around the issue of student accommodation. I thought when you started, you were guiding the conversation to say there shall be a dedicated opportunity to engage specifically on this matter. But as we continued, it seemed like you've departed from it and you allowed inputs to be made that actually cannot be substantiated because there's no time for it. So what I suggested, because as a department, at first what we would say is that we have a report on the Ministerial Committee on Review of Provisioning of Student Housing that is in place. And on the basis of this report, we also have a policy on the minimum norms and standards for student housing in public universities. So we've guided the system through clear policy directives that should make it difficult to start inventing things outside of it that actually are non-compliant with the provision. And so, but the fair thing to do is to inquire with our institutions if they have difficulties in implementing our policies, and what could we do to support them to make sure that these are implemented. Because it's been some time that we've published these policy directives, and over time there could have emerged other dimensions in the implementation phase that perhaps institutions want to share with us. But as far as I'm concerned, these are comprehensive guidelines that speak specifically about almost all areas, including the costs and services rendered, and all that actually is the subject of our conversation. So I wanted to support your submission earlier on and request that, and because I think Honorable Lonzi as well did make a point about it, to say, let us engage, and did implicate the department in the conversation in terms of solution. Honorable Christian did indicate that perhaps also the issue of infrastructure needs to be factored in, because we do experience amongst our universities slow, rollout of infrastructure programs. And we also want to understand this because you would imagine with the agency of expanding the system to accommodate more young people in the system, you then want to use your infrastructure resources to do this. So this is important, but there are also other policy-related matters that the department itself has started engaging on. For example, the structure of the system. The difficulties you need in all of these matters, feasibility, strong feasibility. Because if you roll out infrastructure without proper feasibility studies, you end up with institutions like you see in basic education, where now schools are empty because there hasn't been feasibility. It was just a need expressed by a community, and then we rolled out infrastructure. Now that infrastructure is no longer helping us. So it's a requirement that I believe will also include our entities, such as your construction SETA and other housing departments, including Infrastructure South Africa, so that our solutions are not just post-school oriented, but they look completely at drive around anywhere in South Africa on a weekend and look at infrastructure that we have that is empty and unoccupied and unused anywhere, whether it's industry or anywhere. South Africa is not short of infrastructure to utilize to a point where we've got young people suffering the way they are. So as a department, we would like to raise our hands to say this is our priority.
Yeah.
We want to work with our VCs. We want to work with our USAF and also TVET colleges and to say what can we do, what kind of infrastructure. The conversation that we've already had with Public Works, which unfortunately didn't go very well, because of the misunderstanding about the department's angle to it. But we allowed, for the sake of, we must work together. But we were not happy with how this was directed. Nonetheless, we believe that conversation adds value in this particular conversation. So I wish to take responsibility to facilitate the engagement, and we will cooperate and work with you to get this done, because it is priority number one to us.
Okay.
And also like our students everywhere in South Africa to know that we feel the pain, of the suffering, as a result of us not having finalized these issues.
Thanks, DJ. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, sorry, Chair, because I've got questions to the Minister now. I just wanted to make these few points so that just a reminder, the Chair was going to send us a report, and then I also wanted maybe the university in writing to respond to some of the questions that Labour raised, because we didn't have time to go deep into that question. And then the second last thing is that I'm very interested, maybe VC and CFO will assist me here, on the zero profit on university-owned accommodation. So if maybe the university can also share with us the cost breakdown versus the income that is there. And then the last point I'll make, and this is, I didn't want to interject, Honorable Source, but according to my understanding is that if we have got 10 spaces and 20 people meet the minimum requirements, the next thing you look at is the competitiveness of the results themselves. So you may meet requirements but not enter. It's not a university problem, it's the lack of space in post-secondary education. So I'm not saying profs' results were not competitive years back when you didn't. I'm sure they were very competitive. Back then, there were other political factors, but now I want to give the university the benefit of the doubt that that's what Professor of Teaching and Learning was trying to explain.
Yeah.
And thank you, Chair. Apologies that I have to run early.
No, he can't shoot like that and run.
I've got questions to the minister.
Firstly, that was not what we were discussing. That was the response. But then we clarified, and myself and VC has an understanding of the systematic limitation that we are referring to as a result. He has forgiven them, but they have wronged him.
Yeah, I did tell you about the politics here. Actually, Honorable Lonza, I was going to ask the CFO, who's auditing you?
We just finished a 5-year term with PricewaterhouseCoopers. EY would be our new auditors.
Okay. Because we have an agreement with the AGSA that when we need information, detailed information, we'll speak to them, they'll speak to the auditors of this, is because I'm interested in getting the breakdown of the student accommodation. And I tried to check your annual report to get the detail. It's not there. On your financials, as they should on the AFS, don't speak to itemized issues. And so I'm going to write to the AG, Honorable Lonzo, to ask the AG to get this information from the auditors, because the numbers that they're putting here, CFO, I would need a second opinion on them, on your numbers about the accommodation. They almost costing 900 million, a billion.
Chair, that's a board chair of SAICA, very serious
Yeah.
institution.
No. No,
I'm playing.
I'm just saying it's a billion. I'm not casting aspersions. I'm just saying it's a billion. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My question is the third one. Your question will be answered very quickly there by the minister. So we will get that info, because there's something I want to, but we will write to you certain questions in writing. We say to you, Prof, please respond to 1, 2, 3, 4. We have made a point at DG that we are fine-tuning our proposal, which we shared with the Prof when he was here in his capacity as an executive of USAF, that we're making a proposal, at least as the NC, that the 13,000 or so, is that 13,000 from you guys, from your presentation, I can't remember the degrees. Yeah. Maybe you have 10,000, I don't know. But the number of certificates that you have, that we've withheld because of debt, we're making, we're polishing our proposal. But our proposal, DG, is that we want the university to release the certificates, obviously after the MOUs have been signed between the ministries and departments of higher education and national treasury, with an arrangement from a national treasury to say, or from SARS, to say, should this student find employment, the system will pick it up and they will be reminded to pay the institution. The counter that we got from USAF is that for distressed universities, if we can, in our proposal, say, if National Treasury can pay upfront to those seriously financially distressed institutions, but the certificates go out, because we believe that there is a direct or a direct relation between the number of unemployed graduates with the number of withheld certificates. They may have finished, but they don't have proof. We do have a letter that most of, including Parliament, we actually shared with Yusuf that Parliament itself, when they advertise, just like the Department of Higher Education and Training, they advertise and say, if the application does not have all the certificates, consider your application not satisfactory to what we need. So the letter that we put, yes, to be considered, yes, it will not be considered. So we then said, then we have a huge problem. So we want certificates. Obviously, that process will take some time because we're putting together our proposals. We'll give to Yusuf to make inputs, the department, and then go to National Treasury to convince them about this. But in the meantime, we must then increase the value of this letter of completion. How do we do so? That the Department of Higher Education and Training with National Treasury must go meet business in South Africa, business unit in South Africa and all of that, inform them that these letters, they carry the same weight as a degree. But because there's a debt associated with it, please accept them as degrees. And if you need the results or whatever from the university, please don't punish the student who has no money to pay the debt. But let's give them an opportunity. The second one is that we must go to public service and say, public service, all departments, municipalities, state-owned entities must accept these letters. Parliaments and must accept these letters as equivalent to degrees, because a number of students have been, or graduates have been punished because of this format. So
I support what you just said, Chair, because
Yeah.
even in the department itself,
Yeah.
I've seen in our recruitment
Yeah.
and selection policies
Yeah.
indication that if you do not have a certificate,
The problem, Digi, is that you're just opening the mic. But you agree with us, it's fine. I'm also very pressed for time. And I know the student want us to speak, but we will have, in fact, Digi, the second proposal, which I think will invite the students, is on this issue of student accommodation in the sector. Then we'll bring in, including student housing experts, bring in these estate agents, because I think we're going to look, I hold a different view that an institution can have these fees and no one must ask questions. I have a different view. So we will have a discussion on this, Thandi, possibly in the next term when we open, because we're closing now at the end of this month. We're going to, you come with that ministerial report that you have. We bring in USAF, we bring in NSFAS, we bring in the Competition Commission, we bring in Chapter 9 institutions that are responsible for whatever we would be discussing. We bring in everybody. We bring in infrastructure, South Africa. We bring in everybody to have a conversation about this issue, because the DM did indicate that we are paying more towards, if we're not careful, by the way, NSFAS, if we're not careful, will be a student accommodation entity and not a funding institution. That's what we are going to end up with by not having proper regulations on what we can charge or not. I don't think education, which is a social good, should be, commodified. And I believe that in student accommodation, people have turned it into a serious commodity. They are selling it at the highest price. And I think there's a role that all of you must play there. Because who will suffer at the end is this student, maybe not the current generation. But those who are doing grade 8 now are likely not to access university if these things are not regulated now. I can tell you now. I can tell you how much we're paying in 2022 and how much we're paying now. Almost the same number of beds. I can tell you, the numbers don't look good. The numbers are actually going to make sure that the transformation you talk about, Prof, does not happen. Because we may fund 800,000 now with 53 billion. And we may only be funding 500,000 with a 55 billion next year, if we're not careful. What does that mean? It means in 3-4 years' time, the numbers will be half of what we can fund with an injection of about 10 billion more. And as far as might be a 60 billion in 10 years' time, 5 years' time, but the numbers will be down to half that we're funding now. And this thing does not need us to say, no, it's not, it's an NSFAS problem, it's a government problem. I can tell you now, the next step, what will happen, which is not what universities want. This same government will take from the subsidies they give these universities, put it on NSFAS. So the 2 billion that we are getting now, government will be forced to fund NSFAS from somewhere. And they will take from the more than about 50. I know I've suppressed your students. Apologies. Because of that, when you invite us towards elections, we'll come to campaign for you, not individually or progressive selves. Vice Chancellor, we did not really have, my questions would have been around on the issue of foreign nationals would have been different. I'll give it to you in writing because I'm interested in the law. I'm not one of those who says, Mabahambe, no, not me. My political party does not deploy me to do those things, but it says the Employment Service Act and the Immigration Act. That's where my interest will be, because including the policy framework which we support fully on internationalization, because our universities are international bodies, they must attract international talent, but there's laws that must be followed, and my questions will come from there. Have we followed, especially these two laws, including the including the policy framework on internationalization? So our questions will write to you. A number of members who did not ask will going to write to you. We'll give you time, maybe 7-14 days for you to respond so that your responses are comprehensive. There are a number of issues, like I said, which we could not get to, which Labour raised. We'll include them in the questions that we sent. There are a number of proposals that both the, you see the students were tried to be smart today. So the recommendation of the SRC, they then took it to IF through the Deputy President. So literally they had two presentations from one structure. No, I saw it when I was reading it, but it's not out of disrespect, but just time, SRC, IF workers. But we'll also pose some questions to yourselves to help us understand some of the things that we probably believe that we do not understand. And I will then send your regards, Prof, to Prof Bilagaz, that you are saying that sometimes supporters follow players. So I will tell him that you are saying, you are hinting that he might be following you, I don't know. But thank you very much. UCT is an extremely important university for us academically, so we're not always going to agree. We don't have to agree, but we must acknowledge where you are doing well, and you've been doing well on a number of fronts. Some people may not agree, some will agree with you. I personally don't think the accommodation is the right price. You think it's the perfect price. We don't agree. We've agreed now with Prof that the solution that we're bringing at least will be able to unlock the potential of graduates. But maybe moving forward, maybe in our letter we'll write to council to consider this, that those who owe but have completed, let's allow them to graduate. We can keep the certificate, because if we give them after 5 years, they may not be able to go back and graduate. But we'll write in our letter that they must consider it, maybe in their council on Saturday, that let's allow them to graduate. We can keep the certificate for now, whilst we're still dealing with our legislative issues on these matters that we're proposing. Because indeed, it might be the first generation person to graduate there. And if we deny them that part, we might be having problem. I've suppressed the Vice Chancellor, I've suppressed student. I'm going to suppress you, DG. I want to thank you, colleagues, for coming, having a robust engagement with yourselves, workers, all of you student leaders, institutional forum with their many co-chairs. NSFAS, very quiet today, but you will be part of that discussion we're going to have, because you are at the center of all of these things. I don't know why you did not take them to competition, competition commission. I would have done so myself if it was me, so that somebody investigates and come and say, no, this is how much we're supposed to pay. Unfortunately, would continue normally with this, but we have questions to the ministers and the social class, and it's our, I think Honorable Lonzi's one is number 2, mine is number 4. So I should also head that side. But I want to thank you all. We'll have other engagements. All the best to yourselves in your exams now. I'm sure you're almost done. And in the second semester, when you go to elections, all the best. Prof, there's this thing that sometimes when we do online elections, somebody somewhere put this thing, programs this thing, and then it produces certain results. I know the right ones won now. Last year, the correct ones won, but Apparently, you rotate us. You see, you put me this year, this one next year. I think if we can do this algorithm and program, let's program it to stay the same for the next 5 years. That's on a lighter note. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.